is the edition of our tech series for this month. And this month, today, we're bringing you a session that helps to break down the doubts, just in case you're having any doubts that, do I really need a computer-related degree to transition into tech? So we've come up with this session to help you figure that out and to answer that burning question. All right, so like I mentioned, my name is Priscilla, and I would like to meet everybody here. So if you don't mind, you could just leave your location in the chat. Let me know where you're joining in from. I'm Priscilla and I'm joining in from Lagos State, Nigeria. So if you don't mind, just leave your location in the chat. Let's know where you're joining in from. So Ellis from Lagos, Misha. So we have people from Spain, Ghana, and UK, and we have people like across the globe and everywhere. It's a pleasure to be your host today, like I mentioned. All right, so I'm super excited to be doing this with everybody tonight. We have people from all over the globe, and this is actually one very interesting thing about sessions like this. You get to be in the same space with people in various places, right? So we have somebody from India. You're welcome. You're very much welcome. So like I mentioned, today we'll be talking about, is it important to get a computer-related degree before you transition into tech? That's basically what our topic for today is. And before we delve into it, I'd like to do a brief introduction of Tanalytics, who we are and what we do. So I'm going to share my screen, and please, Adeza, if you can see my screen, you could just let me know that you can see my screen. All right, can you see my screen?
Yep, your screen is up.
All right, so this session is brought to you by Tanalytics, right? But then with Tanalytics, especially for those of us just joining us for the first time, I'm sure you'll be wondering, who is Tanalytics? What do we do in Tanalytics? Not to worry, I'll help you demystify that, right? So Tanalytics is an edtech company, and we help people, Africans in general, right? Africans in Nigeria, Africans in Africa, and Africans all over the world, and basically people of the Black community transition into tech, right? By lowering the entry barrier into tech. So our service offerings are aimed at building capacity and understanding across different tech fields, including data analytics, business analysis, data engineering, HR analytics, financial analytics, Scrum, cybersecurity, AI engineering, right? And the entire data ecosystem to enable our clients to achieve data-driven decision, right? So we have an end goal in mind. We're not just an edtech company just doing random stuff. We're focused on the data ecosystem, right? And then we help companies make data-driven decision, right? Our facilitators are top professionals from diverse sectors and reputable organizations like Apple, Microsoft, McKinsey and Company, Amazon, Coca-Cola, etc., right? And then our courses are structured in a way that makes it practical and ensures that you get optimal value. So if you're wondering what edtechs do, edtechs lower the entry barrier into tech. They're more like your conventional schools, your traditional schools, but then they are remote and they help you lower the entry barrier into tech. And then if you check top edtech companies, I bet you Tanalytics stays at the top, right? So this is just about what we do at Tanalytics and who we are. All right. So like I said, today's topic, we'll be talking about getting into tech with or without a computer-related degree. And I've got 4 amazing speakers here. I've got Adesa Suleiman, I've got Kende Fagbamigbe, I've got Sharifat Akintunde, and I've got Ifemena Ipro. So I can see Adesa on the call. I can also see Ifemena on the call. So I'm making Ifemena and everybody else a co-host. So Kende, I don't know if you can hear me, you could just use the raise hand icon so I could make you a co-host as well. Same as Sharifat. So please, if you can hear me, just let me know so I can. Okay, so I think we've got Sharifat here. All right, so Kende, thank you. So just to get started, we're going to So welcome everybody once again before we get started. We have 4 speakers, like I've mentioned, and then we're just going to do a brief introduction of all speakers, right? So I think I'd like Ifemena to go first. Ifemena, if you don't mind, just a brief introduction of yourself. No, I can't hear you yet. You're speaking, but I can't hear you. I don't know. I can't hear you. Can anybody hear Ifemena? I don't know if it's just me.
No, we can hear you. We can hear you speaking, but we can see that you are moving your mouth, but we can't hear anything. So,
okay,
yeah.
so let's just wait for Ifemena to get that started. So we're going to move on to Adeza. So Adeza, please just go ahead to give us a brief introduction of yourself in the next 1 minute.
All right. Thank you very much, Priscilla. And good evening, everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, depending on where you are joining us from. And I'm super excited to be here with everybody today. And just to give a brief introduction about myself, who I am and what I do. My name is Adeza Suleiman. Like Priscilla introduced, I'm a data analytics expert with close to a decade years of experience. I've worked across different regions, worked as a data analyst, data scientist in the UK, as a data science consultant in the US. And I've worked for some of the largest organizations across sub-Saharan Africa, helping them make data-driven decisions. So I've done that for the most part of my career. I started out as a management consultant, but then I switched into data analytics along the line. Now, as time went on, I moved from helping organizations to make sense of the data that they have to helping individuals, Africans in Africa, Africans in the diaspora, and people of the Black community to transition into tech. And over the last 3 years, we've been able to help over 2,000 Africans to get their first jobs in the tech ecosystem. All right. And of course, we've been able to achieve all of that using Tenalytics as a platform, just like Priscilla mentioned earlier. So that's been my mission. My mission over the last 3 years and going into the next 10, another 1 decade, 2 decades, or even 3 decades is to help as many Africans, people of the Black community, both in Africa, in the diaspora, to get into the tech ecosystem. All right. Generally, we've seen the Indians. You go into organizations across the globe, and it's dominated by the Indians, by a particular, race and ethnic group. But we want to see how we as Africans can start to also dominate. And we have started, we've kicked the ball rolling, and we are doing a lot to ensure that we get and we achieve that particular mission. So that's just a brief introduction about myself. I'm sure we'll have the opportunity to still talk about, some other work that we've done over the last few years. Thanks, Priscilla.
Yes, exactly. Thank you very much, Adeza, for that. So we're going to take Sherifat Akintunde-Shitu next. Hi, Sherifat. Good evening. It's a pleasure to have you here. So you could just go ahead to use the next minute to give us a brief introduction of who you are. Would like to meet you.
All right. Thank you very much, Priscilla. Can you hear me clearly?
Loud and clear.
So I'm Sherifat. I am currently a data management consultant. I started my career in tech. So I started my career as a software developer, transitioned through many transitions through to data management with an e-commerce company, to tech strategy consulting, tech risk consulting, data and analytics. And now my current focus is helping data leaders shape their data organizations and ensure that they've got foundational data management capabilities. So whether you want to do AI or ML or Gen AI or the next fancy data fabric, data mesh, whatever it is you want to do, at the core of all of that is ensuring that you've got your right roles, you've got your data quality right, you've got the foundational capabilities that you need. And what I do is help organizations build that capacity so that all of their data usage and their data consumption capabilities can then return value that they expect from their investments. I also teach data management, which is just something that I do not just for the organizations that I work with, because a big part of having that foundational capability is making sure that your organization, you people in your organization are skilled. So a lot of that is training around data culture, training around data governance, training around data management generally. I also do a lot of mentoring and I think that's all a bit about me. I work for an organization called Accenture. It's a global technology consulting company. And what I do, as part of what I do currently, I lead the UKI master data management capability. And that just means setting up things like our thought leadership, driving how we shape up our capabilities. So how do we go to market with our clients to sell our services? How do we ensure that we have quality delivery across all of our delivery, regardless of the clients? And all of this fun stuff. It's not necessarily coding on a day-to-day, but that's the part of data that I'm playing around with at the moment.
All right, you're very much welcome, Sherifat. It's a pleasure to have you here, and I'm sure the audience is also delighted to have you here. So we're just going to move on to the next speaker. So I'm going to call on Kende Fagbamigbe. Please forgive me if I didn't get that correctly, but you could just use the next 1 minute to do a brief introduction of yourself.
Oh, yeah, thank you. You actually got that. That was close, pretty close. Hi, everyone. I'm Kende Fagbamigbe. I'm a data analyst. Before now, I am currently in Calgary. Before now, I studied electrical electronics. That's like my major background from the University of Benin. And ever since I finished, my university, I knew I wanted to major in data. So I took on that part, and today it's been a wonderful time. So I'm just going to keep this real short. 3 months ago, I started working with Amazon as a data engineer, where I had to use a lot of different processes and different data tools to derive data insights from data. And currently, I'm working with Google as a business intelligence engineer. And I'll keep it at that so we can move forward. Thank you.
All right, so it's a pleasure to have you here, and I'm super delighted to be your host today. So last but not the least, what's Ifemena Iper? Hi, Ifemena, good evening. So please, a brief introduction of yourself.
Testing, 1, 2, 1, 2.
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay. All right. Good evening, everyone. I'm absolutely excited to be here today. Very excited because not just because of Analytics, but also anytime we have the opportunity to tell people about, how we transition and how we got started in the tech space is very important for me because a lot of people are struggling at this point in time. And that's the reason why we're having this kind of session today. So essentially, my name is Ifemena Ipro, co-founder of Analytics. I have close to a decade experience working across different data ecosystem, different roles within the data ecosystem. So I've worked as a BI engineer, BI analyst, data scientist, data engineer, business analyst, business systems analyst. So my experience has spanned quite a very huge aspect of the data ecosystem. And I've worked for quite a number of organizations cutting across logistics, supply chain, medical, health, technology, to quite a number of other places, and so on and so forth. Yeah. So, and I think the essence of today's session is very important because, having a computer science degree is not important for you to get started in the tech space. And we'll dwell more on that as we go on. Okay. So, but I'm really excited to speak with Sherifat, Kende, and Deza also, as usual. Thanks a lot, guys.
All right, you're very much welcome, everybody. And somebody is saying in the chat that it seems everybody here is a data analyst, right? And then I'm super delighted to be your host. So we'll get started right into the session. And just one thing to note for the audience, if you do not have a notepad and a pen, do yourself a good thing to pick up one, right? You're going to learn a lot of things today. So I have my notepad and pen here, right? So you could just get a notepad and pen and take down important points, right? If you've got questions at any point in time, you can just leave them in the chat, and then we'd also have a question and answer session. So my first question goes to Kende. Hi, Kende. I can't seem to see your face anymore.
Can you hear me? Yeah, I can see you.
Yes, I can hear you. So you have a degree in electrical and electronics engineering, right? And looking at your experience, you've worked across the data value chain. Could you tell us how you managed to get into this space without a computer-related degree?
Oh yeah, definitely. When I was studying electrical electronics engineering. I actually went for it was a conference. So basically, I don't know if you've heard about Data Science Nigeria. So they came to Benin City at the time, and I was opportune to attend. So, I was just hearing about data, machine learning, Python, and all of those things. So I really got curious, and that was like, the first point of entry. I was curious, what is this about? How, are people, really talking about this thing? This is what is trending. This is, and I was very interested in it. So I wanted to know what this was all about. And then I started doing my own research. Okay, what exactly is Python? How do you use Python to solve problems? And I think I remember vividly, I started with Excel, pretty much. I learned how to use, basic functions in Excel, how to use Excel to, plot basic charts. And that was how my interest developed. So for me, having a background in electrical electronics, which was not really computer related, I began to do like a self-study on my own. Thank God YouTube was free, and it's still free. Tons of resources on YouTube. I, began to do some research. Okay, what exactly does this entail? And of course, reach out to people like, going to a place like Data Science Nigeria. I linked up with people that were, well versed in the field, like, to point me in the right directions. Okay, this is what I needed to do. This is what I needed to learn. This is what I needed to know, and that really helped me to fast track my progress. And, I was not, studying or learning amiss. I had like resources I was given. Okay, this is what you need to do at this particular point in time. So that was really helpful. I was curious. I was meeting the right people, and I was learning, and that was like how I switched into data science and data in general.
All right, that's really amazing to hear how you managed to come this far by just one organization that decided that, you know what, we're going to go to Benin City and then we're going to educate people on data science. So we have, thank you very much for that, Kendi. So my next question goes to Sharifat, Adeza, and Ifemena. So kindly share your journey into tech, right? And how it relates to your degree. So I think I want Sharifat to take that first. So just share your journey into tech and how it relates to your degree.
Okay, my journey is probably a very conventional one and less interesting in that I studied computer science. So I have a bachelor's degree in computer science and a minor in economics, in development economics specific. And so what that meant is I had been a techie from day one. From day one of starting my degree, I started coding in Java. So I'd always been a coder. I'm still a coder, even though I don't code on my job. I still find opportunities to code when I need to, or when nobody asks me to, I still code. So my journey into tech was very conventional. I didn't have to transition. I was already in tech. But since being in tech, I've had to transition through different roles. So like I said, I started as a software developer and then went on into like managing data quality. And at that point, when I was managing data quality, doing data stewardship, I didn't even know there was something called data management. And I didn't know what I was doing was called data management by any chance. It was just the role description I was given to use Excel to make sure that data was correct. And I then went into a big four tech consulting. And you would have thought, well, we're doing a lot of tech strategy consulting, we're doing MC management consultancy work. You wouldn't think that data is there, but there were times when we then had to do some computational comparison of data to write our reports. And we got to a point where we were actually using VB scripts to write custom scripts to recompute data. And I then started to get interested. Obviously, I had done I'd done a data model in uni. So I'd had to create a database, manage a database, and do all of that. So I had some exposure to data, but I still wasn't necessarily inclined or specialized in data. And I moved to the UK. That's how I started to specialize in data. I moved to the UK after I got married. And one of the key things about moving abroad is you have to be versatile. Sometimes the thing that you do in Nigeria, you might not get a role where you're able to do exactly that. So when I moved here, my plan was to move here and go back to being a software developer. But I found that I was getting more traction in my consulting space than I was in development, even though I had like high ACA rank scores and I was passing all of that, all of the coding exams and coding tests. I just kept getting consultants knocking at my door. And so I said yes, and I got my first role here, and it was a data and analytics role. At that point, Power BI was still very new. There was not so many people that knew what Power BI was, and nobody even told me to use Power BI. I was just given a challenge at a particular client, and they needed to consolidate data from multiple countries, and they didn't know how to do it. And then I did a bit of research, and there was this new thing, Power BI, and Microsoft was talking a lot about it, and I brought it together. And that was how the old data analytics, data visualization skills started. And I did that for a few years. And because I'd done it on one client, and I built a platform using Power BI that was consolidating data that they could then transfer. It was reusable, so they could reuse it on other projects. And so at that point, I then started getting sent to do more and more data and analytics and data visualization roles. And it got to a point where it was every time I go and do data analytics, go and do data visualization, the major problem was the quality of the data, because the data was subpar and I could not use the data. I spent more time cleansing the data. And as soon as I cleanse the data, consolidate, run my visuals, the visuals are fine this time. And then somebody just has to touch something in the source data and everything breaks all over again. And that was a complete nightmare. And so since I knew how to do SQL from school, I decided to get myself into data engineering. So it's okay. I'd make sure that when the data is coming through the pipes to my Power BI, I make sure that the data is fine. And so I transitioned into data engineering and started doing data engineering. And it's like, yes, you can do all the engineering that you want to do, but if that data is not right in the source, you're still going to continue having headache. And that was sort of what pushed me into data management, is then, okay, guys, let's sit down and understand this. Because I was then at that point on a project where data was being consolidated from different organizations. So previously I had been consolidating data from one organization, but 50 locations across the globe. And I had to consolidate data from different organizations that I do not even know. And even though you were giving them a template, every organization had their own operational system that was different. And everybody's data was structured differently. So it was then trying to define standards for how the data needs to arrive, trying to have anomaly detection, and then the concept of who actually owns the data and who's responsible for data quality. And that's how I then ended up in data management and started looking at things like data governance, data integration, master data management, which one way or the other is now apparently what I specialize in. Data architecture. Okay, let's look at this whole thing. If we're going to be consolidating data, should we just be pulling all of the data together, or do we need to put the data in one platform? If we cannot enforce quality at source, do we need a staging layer where we bring the data in, where we standardize the data? How do we pull the architecture together? At the same time, we then had everybody was moving to cloud. So there's that additional, you then needed to understand cloud computing, understand Azure, understand GCP, and understand how all of that come together. So for me, my journey into tech and through tech has been about morphing to respond to the changes in the industry and to the demands that the industry has. And I hope that was
thank you very much. I think your journey has been so interesting. Sharing your journey and hearing it is really interesting. And one key thing to note is the fact that you are fluid, right? So I don't know if anybody out there, just try as much as possible to never be rigid, all right? As much as you can fit into any role that is expected of you, right? Just fit into any role. You always have resources to learn, all right? And then it is so possible to get into anything and be whoever you want to become. You don't have to stick to, oh, I graduated with mathematics. I'm going to stick to either being a mathematics teacher or something related to mathematics. So as much as is required of you, always be fluid, all right? So I think I'm just going to go to Ifemene next. You could just please, like 2 minutes, just share your journey into tech and how it relates with your degree.
2 minutes.
Yes, 2
enough?
minutes, please.
All right, I'll try to squeeze it into 2 minutes. All right.
Great.
So in terms of background, I studied economics in university. So I did economics for my first degree. And it sort of relates a little bit to what I'm doing at this point in time. But just to also to note that my first job was actually in consulting also. It was as a management consulting, not tech consulting, but management consulting, which has to do with majorly strategy consulting, so human resources consulting. So it wasn't really it wasn't tech at all. Like it wasn't even close to tech. Do you understand? So we worked major. I worked with FITC. Myself and Adeza, we worked with FITC. Allow Adeza to talk on that also. So working with FITC, I was basically just a regular consultant where we work on different projects, handling, majorly with the banks in Nigeria, from training and development to human resources consulting and so on and so forth. So at that point in time, that was when, obviously a lot of people were talking about data, and technology as a whole. So there was software development, there was data, there was UI, UX, there was quite a number of roles out there. And so everyone that's asking questions, everybody on the call today, we are all data professional. It really doesn't matter. The whole discussion today is centered around, do you have a computer science degree and is it relevant in the tech space? So regardless of any role you find yourself, all right, these are the key questions that most beginners are asking themselves. And I had a degree in economics. I've worked across different roles within the data ecosystem, and I'll tell you categorically, you don't need any of this computer science degree for you to get started. Okay, so that's just a brief about myself, and I think that answers your question. We did less than 2 minutes, I guess. All right.
All right, thank you very much for that, Ifemena. So we're going to move on to Adeza. Adeza, so please, you have the floor.
Okay, all right. So I'll try to summarize about 10 years experience into just 2 minutes.
Thank you
So
very
just
much.
like Ifemena, I started in FITC as well. FITC is a professional services company owned by the CBN and the Bankers Committee in Nigeria. And we started out as management consultants. So we did management consulting, helping different organizations to get their structure right, ensure that they're able to optimize their processes and so on and so forth. But then, we had this I would call it early career crisis, because I always felt that there was a lot more that I could do, and there was a lot more out there. Same with Ifemena. So Ifemena and I would come together and be like, is this really the right career path? Is there something out there, that we need to get started, and so on and so forth? Eventually, after so much, pondering and looking out for different, possible career paths, we eventually settled for data analytics. And I would say that one of the beauty of that whole experience was the peer mentoring. So myself, we're learning everything possible. Okay, so I would say that I had a very bad experience, of course, learning from YouTube, like, just like Kehinde mentioned. And that's simply because you learn all these things on YouTube, you try them out on your own, you make a mistake, getting over that mistake becomes a problem. So how do you get up over that blocker? You can't really solve it. You've written a particular code, or you've written a particular function on Excel, but then you're not getting what the person you've watched on YouTube got. So what do you do afterwards? So it was a big pain getting through all of that. And we really didn't have mentors at that particular point in time. So we were just figuring things out ourselves eventually. But when I really got to see the power of data and why I needed to be in data, was I happened to be on a project for NNPC, and they were undergoing an organizational restructuring at that point in time. So I was on the project with so many other people. And just like the way everybody at that time would have proficiency in Excel, excellent on your CV. Everybody knew Excel at that time. You all had that by default on your CV. So I also had it on my CV. And there was a particular meeting we attended. The COO of that ABU wanted to understand the people within his own business units. All right. So how many people do I have? Who are the people in different categories? Who is retiring? Who is going to remain in the organization a little bit longer? So the MD just looked at me and said, Adeza, you will do that analysis. you know how to use Excel, right? And I said, yes. And of course, I didn't sleep that night. I got on Excel when I went back to my hotel room. And the little Excel that I know, I started to do my analysis. And eventually, I came up with a report, submitted the report. And this is me very early in my career at that point in time. I really didn't know much. If I look back at that report I came up with, I cringe because it's so bad. But at that time, that was the best, and people really saw some value in it. And what really marveled me and what solidified my interest in data was everybody was so excited with the analysis, to the extent that it went as far as the vice president's office. The vice president got the report, and a lot of things happened in that organization that came out of that report. Okay, they came up with a succession plan based on the analysis I had done. And I reflected and looked back at just little me coming up with a report, and everybody was willing to listen to what I had to say based on the insights I was able to get from the analysis. And that was where the whole data, journey started, I would say, really started. And we started learning myself with Femena. I moved to Sahara, one of the largest energy conglomerates in sub-Saharan Africa. And while I was in Sahara as an MIS analyst, basically management reporting, analyzing the different companies within Sahara Power Group, the largest energy generating company in West Africa, the largest distribution company in sub-Saharan Africa, also another generating company, and an energy trading company. And my role was simple. My role was just to ensure that data generated from these companies were analyzed. I could get insights to help the company take data-driven decision. So I started to grow within my, my career as a data analyst, doing management reporting. And at the same time, I was also working as a consultant with organizations in the UK, in the US, helping them to solve problems. And along the line, Tenalytics came up. Myself and Femena, we saw the fact that it took us a whole lot. It took us a long time to learn. And we had a lot of challenges learning. And we knew that there were other people out there also facing similar challenges. So why should you go through all of those challenges when we had already gone through them? We know what works. We've seen how easily it is for anybody who can learn from our mistakes, have a structured learning approach, can, to easily navigate their own journey. And that was how Tenalytics started, really. And fast forward 3 years later, after Tenalytics started, we've been doing amazing work helping Africans, people of the Black community, transition into tech through different strategies and channels, from training to mentorship to references and so on and so forth. So I'll say that's pretty much my journey. My first degree was in industrial chemistry. I forgot to mention that. So nothing related to computer. I'm an industrial chemist by training. And I've done nothing related to industrial chemistry after I graduated. And I just realized that I'm part of the statistics of 54% of graduates who go on to do something totally unrelated to what they have studied in the university. And a lot of people also fall within that category. And that's why I always tell people that, look, it really doesn't matter what you studied. I'm a testament to that. Femena is a testament to that. Kende as well studied different, degrees, but today we are doing something totally different. Apart from Sherifat, who is the anomaly, that studied computer science. But I mean, that's
He's
pretty
the
much
outlier, yeah.
He's the
Honestly,
outlier.
I was going to
Exactly.
mention that. So I'm really excited that we have a mix here. So we have Sherifat that has a degree in computer science, and every of our speakers actually do not have a degree in computer science. And by the introductions and just these questions that we've been able to answer, I'm pretty sure that everybody that came on here today with the thoughts that I need to get a computer-related degree before I venture into tech, I'm sure that we have been able to demystify that. I'm sure even Sherifat herself would attest to that you really don't need to get a computer science degree before you venture into tech, right, Sherifat?
You don't. And to be fair, it's good I had the degree, but most of the time I'm usually the only one in the room. that studied computer science. And that's, having been working for over 10 years, I'm usually the one that studied computer science in the group. So you don't need computer science degrees.
All right, so thank you very much, Adeza. So my second question, or my third question, is to Sharifat, right? You currently work as a master data management lead, and I would just want you to tell us briefly how mentorship has helped shape your journey, saying that you've transitioned from being a software developer to being a data analyst, and now you are a master data management lead. Tell us how mentorship has shaped your journey, and because we know that you're actively involved in mentoring people as well. So just let us know how it has helped shape your journey.
That's an interesting one for me. Mentoring for me has not been formal. So I've not been part of a mentoring program, but I've got lots of mentors for everything that I want to do. I do not now, because I've transitioned a lot, I do not take steps without speaking to people that have walked the path, because that's the reason why somebody has walked the path already. I don't want to step on thorns if somebody knows where the thorns are, so I can have an easier journey. So for me, becoming, I'd put it two ways. I'll skip the becoming the UKI lead for master data management in Accenture and just talk about generally mentoring and what that has meant to me. When I was in uni, even though I studied computer science, I remember when we started first semester you get thrown into a Java class and you start coding, and more than about 70% of those who started off on the same day as we're starting with computer science just dropped out of computer science because it was hard. And it took having a mentor who told me, obviously I didn't call the person a mentor at that point, but told me Java is easy, I can show you the ropes. And that person made my life easy. And that was why I was able to get through uni, because the person was already working. So that person was already a software developer in the industry. They could tell me what was going on in the industry. How do you get through this? Make Stack Overflow your best friend. Get through some of these challenges. I would never have known about Stack Overflow if they didn't tell me. And that's the 4 years of university was me and Stack Overflow. That's how we graduated. After graduating as well, and close to when I was graduating, in Nigeria then, there wasn't many people looking for Java developers. That was about the time when all of the banks started to build mobile apps. All of the banks started to have like e-banking platforms. So there was a lot of C# developers. There was a lot of mobile application development, PHP development, but I didn't do PHP in uni. And then I went to start learning PHP and got a certification in PHP. And so when I was coming into the job market, I didn't have just Java, I also had my PHP. And that sort of helped me get my job as well. And that's how it's been like through every transition. Even though I've not had like a formal label, somebody my mentor, it's having people that I could speak to. Now getting into Accenture as well. So Accenture is the largest global tech consulting company. And what that means is like 70,000 people strong. It's very hard to navigate an organization like that. One, because I moved into this country from Nigeria, so I did not school in the UK. I moved to the UK less than, 6 years ago. Moving into the UK first, it was a strange work culture for me. It wasn't like Nigeria work culture. Progression in the UK doesn't work the same way as progression in Nigeria. So I needed to speak to people I needed to have people that have walked the path that could tell me how to work the ropes. And like I said, when I have transitioned, to be fair, I would just say I'm in data, because within data, everything that I have done since I've been in data for about 7 years now has all been around the data lifecycle. Although at different points in my career, I'm playing a different role in the data lifecycle. Even understanding that there are different roles in that data lifecycle is not something that is available anywhere on the internet. To say these are all the possible roles you have in data lifecycle, and this is how you could transition. But having people that had worked the path, some of them had been in industry, some of them had become managing directors at Accenture, some were already partners at Big Fours, and they understood what the clients need, what was the industry looking at. Because I could take HBR reviews on what's the next big thing and read the HBR reviews, but HBR review will not tell me how do I get there. And I could go on Udemy and take so many courses, but those courses will not necessarily direct me to what's that core skill, because a lot of times we focus on especially in the UK, in my experience in the UK, it's more than just your tech skills. And a lot of times we tend to focus on the tech skills and how well we can code. But what gets you to progress is the peripheral, it's the sort of operation, the wrapper around that. And if I didn't have people to hold my hand and teach me those ropes, I wouldn't get to where I am today. So for me, mentoring is like top of the list. And that is why I also mentor a lot of people, because if people didn't pave the way for me, I wouldn't be where I am.
So it's more like giving back to the community, right?
It is giving back to the community, and it's also increasing representation, right? I don't like the fact that every time I'm in a room, I'm usually the youngest in the room. I'm usually the only Black person in the room. I'm usually the only woman in the room. It's like only every time I'm in a room. So I need to get more people to come along, more people like me to come along, so that we can have a party in the room and I can stop feeling lonely in those rooms.
Okay, that's interesting. So for those of us just joining us, right, we're having a fireside chat on whether you need a computer-related degree to get into tech, right? And then we've just had Sharifa talk about her thoughts on what she thinks about mentorship, right, and how it has also helped shape that journey. And then I can state this categorically that this is what we do at Analytics, all right? So if you need a helping hand, if you need somebody to pave the way for you, to show you, to give you a direction on what to do and how to get into the tech space, we are your buddies, right? So we're just going to move, and then I also want Adeza, Ifemena, and Kende to also share your thoughts on the importance of mentorship, right? And also how it has helped you in your journey, right? So I'm going to go with Kende next.
All right, thank you, Priscilla. Yeah, so I'm going to talk about mentorship. I mean, when I started, there wasn't really so much mentoring for me, but fortunately for me, I had like a friend that we started this data journey together. He currently works for PwC, and then we had to kind of mentor ourselves. So we were sharing ideas. If he has done something in a particular area that I have not done, it's easy for him to tell me, oh, this is what I think, this is what I think you should do, this is how to go about it, and stuff like that. But I mean, today I mentor a lot of people, and I would gladly tell you that it's easier, to have a mentor. Why? Because he gets guidance. For example, when I started, this data journey, and I was learning SQL, for example, and for people who don't know what SQL is, it's just in basic term, a programming language for database. So, I was learning a lot of things about SQL. I was learning stored procedure, how to create the database, how to create views, but like I didn't need that as a data analyst. If I was a database administrator, then I need to, really understand all those parts. So, having a mentor could really fast track your learning process. Like instead of you to learn a lot of things that you wouldn't necessarily need in your role, because one thing I tell people is that the knowledge you have is kind of weighted, right? For a data scientist, you need a part of a particular language, let's say Python or SQL. For a data analyst, you need some parts. So you don't necessarily have to like learn everything, because that's what I figure out that most people do. Like you want to really learn everything before you get started and all that. That can be really avoided if you have a mentor, right? It makes your learning easy, and also like you can be able to navigate your way as fast and as soon as you can. So I would advise, like taking mentorship seriously is very good. And trust me, I mentor a lot of people, and I just give you like the materials you need. Like, there's no, I was discussing with my friend earlier this week. Like I told him like, there is really no sense in you going through a long journey when you can easily go through a shorter one. Like it doesn't mean that you are smart, right? It's even not being smart, right? Nobody is saying take a shortcut here, but doing the minimal thing to get the best results, right? You don't want to learn something for 3 years and before you start making money or before you start, getting jobs, right? You need a mentor to like hold your hands, to tell you this is what you have to do. And obviously one of the very important thing, like Sherifat said, people have made these mistakes. Why do you want to make this mistake again? Like, people already made these mistakes, learn from their experience. So if you have a mentor, you'll be able to like leverage their experience, leverage, their failures, talk about, okay, how was the journey for you, and all these things. So basically, if you have a mentor, I believe like you'd be able to learn what you need, and the process will be way easier for you. And thanks to Analytics, like they do this kind of thing. So I mentor people a lot, and it's just way easier. And I would advise anyone, if you're starting out, get someone you talk to, get someone that can really just put you in the right track. It's very, very important if you're starting out. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. So I thought to mention as well, it took Efemena and Adesa over 2 years to get their first job in tech, right? So for those of us that are here and you've been wondering, what's the path to take? What do I have to do? YouTube is quite an amazing platform to get absolutely incredible resources to learn. But then it took them over 2 years to get their first job. And then we have managed to consolidate all those learning experiences into a few months. So I bet you, if you ever want to get into tech, if you're thinking, how do I get started as either a data analyst in the data ecosystem entirely, we have people that have helped to consolidate their experience. This is literally the best place to be in, right? So so my next question, or I'd like for Adesa to take that same question. Let's just hear your thoughts on what do you think about mentorship? Has it helped shape your journey? And yes, would like to hear that.
All right, thanks a lot for that, Priscilla. Absolutely. Mentorship has shaped my journey. And like you said, it took about 2 years to transition. And the reason is simple. We didn't really have people to look up to, all right? And we were learning everything. I've learned tools, I've learned technologies that I've never ever had to use, except maybe I'm just trying to, try my hands on something I've learned in the past and so on. And I think that was just a waste of time, all right? And you don't want to waste that, amount of time because you really don't have a direction to follow. So it was more or less a peer mentorship with myself and Efemena. Efemena learned something new. He talks about it. He shows me. I learned something new. I show him. So it was pretty much, that was the dynamics on how we were learning. But one thing that was very common was the moment we hit a stumbling block. Okay, so we've tried to learn this new technology. It's a bit difficult. We really can't get this figured out. We have to stay up all night, stay up, until we are able to figure that out. So how did that eventually help? We started to see that it took us about 2 years to transition. Today at Analytics, people are getting jobs after 3 months, after 4 months. And that's very simple, simply because we know what to tell them not to waste their time doing. And I think Kehinde put it, very simply by saying that as a data scientist, there are particular technologies or your tech stack that you need to learn. You don't need to learn everything. Same with a data analyst, a business analyst, a data engineer. So you have people that have done it before. And I always love to say this, your mentors are catalysts to your growth. Okay, so you can't do it yourself. You can learn for a very long time. You try to be the smartest person in the room. But guess what? The other guy who has the mentor or the other lady who has the mentor knows exactly what to do. And their journey is accelerated because they know the exact areas to focus on and not just dilly-dallying and learning everything that are both relevant and irrelevant. So, I mean, with the mentorship, myself, Efemena, other industry experts that we always bring on board at Analytics, for somebody like Sherifat, she mentioned something very sacrosanct. Your technical skills would not always get you the job, number one. Secondly, it will not always get you the promotion. You need a lot more than that. If you are a newbie or you are already within the space, You need people who have done it before and who can guide you. If you're in the UK, people already understand the dynamics. If you're in Canada, you have people that have been there. They've done that. They are Nigerians, they are Ghanaians, they are South Africans. They are people like you. Also, you are also trying to achieve what they've done already. So why they say in Nigeria, we have a common balance, follow who know road. All right. So why go figure things out yourself when you can simply just meet with people who have done it before, and then it gets you sorted out easily, and you have a smooth sailing journey eventually. So, I mean, it's absolutely important and critical to growth eventually, especially within the tech space that is very dynamic and fast changing.
All right, thank you so much for that, Adeza.
Yeah.
So, Ifemena, please go next. Just your thoughts
All
on
right.
mentorship.
Okay, I think everyone has said absolutely brilliant stuff around mentorship. Okay. One thing I would like to say briefly, just so that everyone is on the same page. Now, as a beginner, someone that is just getting started, okay, you're usually faced with two things. Okay. The first one is imposter syndrome. Okay. And imposter syndrome is basically this point in time whereby you feel like you're not good enough. Despite you going through learning so many materials, going on YouTube, going on Udemy and any other platform, you've learned and you've learned and you've learned. At the end of the day, you still feel like you still this doubt in your mind that you're not good enough. All right. The second part is what we call analysis paralysis, where you overanalyze situations. Okay. So you're looking at, getting a job, for example. You've learned cybersecurity, okay, and you feel like, first of all, maybe you're not good enough. Secondly, you're looking at, oh, there are so many skills to learn, there are so many technologies to learn, there are so many things to learn, and you're overanalyzing the situation on how to get into the job market. Now, this is where mentorship comes from, okay? Adeza, Kehinde, Serifan have said something very, very sacrosanct, which is, people have gone through the same journey, okay? Why not learn from your journey? There was a time on Twitter, I did a tweet on our data engineering training program, okay? And somebody saw it and said that, how would you learn data engineering within 3 months? And, he said it was a scam. That's the outright word he used. He said scammers. How would you learn data engineering? That he has been learning, all right? And he has not even gotten halfway, blah, blah, blah. This is, rubbish. All these people that just come online to sell. And I was like, okay, just diligent question was, how long should it take? All right. Maybe he's going to reply me tomorrow or next week. He never responded. But I was very polite and asking him just to ask him, please tell me how long should it be? Maybe I need to readjust our curriculum to, suit you. Now, these are the things that people are faced with. You want to become a data engineer, you want to become a tech professional, cybersecurity, Scrum Master, business analysis. Should it take you 2 years to learn this particular skill set in order for you to get started? Honestly speaking, I'm usually very pained because when we got started, there was no mentor. There was no even like senior colleague in the industry back in the days that you could actually talk to say that, oh, I want to become a data engineer, I want to become an analytics engineer, I want to become a cybersecurity analyst. All those roles did not even exist back then. All right. So, and those are the reasons why we are doing this. That's the reason why we're having this discussion, to say that you don't need to you don't even need to look for a master's program. You don't need to look for something so advanced in order for you to get what you're looking for. There are step-by-step processes that we have learned over time. And those are the things that we have, infused into the training curriculum to ensure that if you go through this curriculum, we can beat our chest without a doubt you're going to get a job. Okay? That's we knowing the ropes. Okay? And I was speaking to one of my mentees just a couple of days back, and he got a job. He's currently residing in Nigeria, but he got a job in the US. Okay. And this company actually resides in 2 countries, in Canada and in the US. So he works across that particular region. And he was surprised. He called me that afternoon and he was very excited. This guy's gotten 2 promotions within the last 2 years. Okay. Which is, if you work outside the country, you know that getting a promotion it's not something they discuss. In Nigeria, you know that you have like 2 years, you have 1 year. In the UK, US, it's based on feeling, it's based on how you rapport with your clients, based on how you rapport with. So basically, I taught him on how to add value, okay? Add value to the organization. And he kept doing that. And I've gotten into promotion. All right, this guy currently, in Naira terms, earns well over, when you do the conversion exchange rate, earns over 10 million. This is a guy that started data analytics less than 2 years ago. Less than 2 years ago. If this guy tells a story, people will say it's a lie. Some people will believe that, oh, this guy is favored or is just one out of millions. But these are things that we have done for quite a number of people, transitioning into the tech space, getting jobs, doing well for themselves, coming back to say that, oh, Ifemena Adeza, I want to help other people, transition also. And that is where we call peer-to-peer mentorship. What we, those are the things that we infuse into the curriculum this year, next year, most especially to help people transition better. So, if you're looking to get started, don't think you can do it on your own. You will likely spend another 2 years, like myself, okay, in order for you to transition. All right. So that's what I would say on mentorship.
All right, thank you so much, Ifemena. Thank you, everybody, for sharing. So I have my final question here, and I think that this question is really, really important, right? So if you've been looking to know how do I stand out as a tech professional, get your notepads and pen, like I said, and note down these salient points from our amazing speakers, right? So my next question, I would want Adeza to take it first. What has helped you stand out as a tech professional? Some people say you have to keep working on projects. Some say you need to get certified, and then you also need degree. What do you think?
All right. Thanks very much for that, Priscilla. So I think, first of all, we need to understand that you are in an environment where it is heavily skill-based. Okay, everybody wants to know the skills that you have. What do you bring to the table? Anybody can write exams and pass. I'll tell you for a fact. Okay, I've worked with people who have certifications, but then they really know nothing about. Let me give you an example. Typical example: business analyst. Okay, so they write the CBAP, they have the CBAP certification, but then we're having conversations about specific areas, process optimization, stakeholder analysis, what is document analysis, and they really don't know how to do it. They have no idea, they have no clue, and that's simply because anybody can sit down and write and pass an exam. All you need to do is cram. We did it for 4 or 5 years in the university, So what is most important is skills. We're in a skill-based environment. So that's the first thing. It's a given. You must learn the skill in a way that you can apply it practically. And I'll talk about that a little bit more. So let's put that on the one hand. So skills, you learn the skills, you have a structured learning approach, you know what to learn, you learn that and you have that somewhere, all right? You must always have a problem-solving mindset. Now, for anybody in the tech ecosystem, it's very easy and it's very interesting to build fancy dashboards as a data analyst, machine learning models as a data scientist, you create your pipelines and so on and so forth as a data engineer and so on, right? But you need a problem-solving mindset. You should always be at the forefront. You should always want to speak up. You should always be that person on the team that wants to solve a problem that exists. That was what I did all through my career. And that's what I always advise people to do. Don't hide behind the team. Always be at the forefront of speaking out and being the problem solver. Every organization wants to hire a problem solver, all right? And how do you become a problem solver? It's very simple. As a data analyst, as a data scientist, problem solving can be learned. It's also a skill that can be learned. How do you approach problems? How do you identify a problem? And so on and so forth. Now, you also need to have the ability to look at things from a craftsman mindset. And I've always had this mindset as well. The mindset, I don't believe in passion, that you have a passion, you follow your passion, and then you make a living out of passion. I think that's total nonsense. The passion, narrative. Because if my passion is to, sleep all day, how do I make money from sleeping all day? All right. Now, when you learn a skill and you are very good with that skill, you start to get interest and interested in that skill, and eventually it becomes your passion. Okay. So I always advise people to have the mindset of I can learn everything. I can learn anything I put my mind to. All right. And most people have the problem of starting. That's where it's always start from? How do I start? How do I get started? They feel so overwhelmed. I've heard about this. Oh, Kennedy has talked about BI engineering. Femena has talked about data science. Sherifat has talked about Java, PHP, and so on. How do I even get started? So you need to have that craftsman mindset where you can learn the skill, be so good using that skill, or be so good at the skill you've learned, it becomes a passion and you're very good, you stand out eventually. Now, in all of this, depending on the career path you have decided to take, you must have proof of work. You must have social proof. You can't be learning and be learning by hiding. You have to learn in public. You have to showcase to the world what you can do. All right? You are learning Excel, as simple as Excel. You learn how to use the VLOOKUP. Put it out there. Write it on LinkedIn. Show people that you've learned something new. You learned how to create a dashboard. Put it on LinkedIn. Talk about what you've done, the insights you've come up with. And eventually, you are creating a portfolio on LinkedIn. Of course, you would also create a portfolio where you have all the work that you've done, but you are creating social proof. And this would make you stand out eventually. So if any organization is trying to headhunt, or they get your CV and you have a link to all the projects you have worked on to your portfolio, all they have to do is to check, and they see all the work you've done, the quality of the work you've done, and they can invite you for an interview. It's totally different from somebody who is just learning, and you are learning in hiding and nobody knows what you're doing. All right, so I've talked about the skills. That's very, very important. You need to learn the skill. That's a given. Anybody who wants to play within the tech ecosystem, irrespective, Scrum, cybersecurity, AI, data science, data engineering, business analysis, you must have the technical skills. Secondly, a craftsman mindset. Skills over passion, any day, anytime. I can learn this skill, I become so good at it, and that becomes my passion, and then I'm able to sell myself eventually. And last but not the least is you must learn in public. You must showcase yourself to the world, let people know what you can do, and you put yourself out there eventually. So those are just the 3 key points I would love to mention. I think there's so much more, but I believe the other speakers will talk about the other areas.
All right, thank you so much, Adesa, for that. So I'd like to go to Sherifat next. What makes you stand out as a tech professional?
Thanks, Priscilla. I wouldn't repeat anything Adesa has said because I think he has covered the core of where you start with, the things that would help you stand out. For me, what's helped me stand out is knowing the industries that you're working in. Now, whether you're a BA, so whether you're a business analyst, whether you're a Scrum Master, whether you're a cybersecurity analyst, whether you're in data, whatever it is that you do, I work in a tech consulting firm, so everybody is a techie. So my tech skills is not going to make me stand out. What's going to make me stand out is understanding how I can use technology to create or add value. Now, a lot of us, especially once we start to learn the coding and we start to get very passionate about our technical skills, we forget that whatever tech you're developing or whatever tech you're delivering needs to solve a business problem. That tech needs to either reduce the cost, operational cost for an organization, or make profit for an organization. And you ultimately need to understand how whatever tech you're developing or whatever tech you're designing meets that. If not, you would have just created additional tech waste, as I like to call it, because we get very excited about technology. We develop technology, and then the technology, we deploy it, and 3 months after, nobody's using the tool. So what has helped me stand out is the fact that whatever client I go to, whatever industry I go to, and I've been fortunate to have worked in a diverse number of industries. So I've worked in financial services, in mining, I've worked in energy generation, nuclear generation, pharmaceutical, public health. I've worked in a couple of industries. And what's helped me succeed in every industry I go to is the fact that I take a moment to understand the industry and understand how whatever technology it is I'm developing or deploying into that industry or into that company, how it helps them to either reduce cost or how it helps them make money. And if you're able to do that, you can then tell the story of whatever technology it is you're delivering the right way. Because a lot of times when you speak to data engineers, or you speak to data analysts, or you speak to architects, and you speak to them about what do you do, they get very excited about all the codes and the things that they have developed. But if I'm on that side as a CEO or as a CMO or as a CFO, everything you're telling me and all of this tech you're getting excited about doesn't excite me. What excites me is, how has this solved my problem? So one of the things that's helped me to stand out is taking time to understand the companies that I'm working with and understand how whatever I do helps their organization. The other thing I'll talk about, and I think this is something that I struggled with at first when I arrived in the UK as a Nigerian that's come from the UK, because working in Nigeria and working in the UK is two complete different worlds, even though we're doing the same thing on a day-to-day. In the UK, one of the things that helps you stand out is your communication skills. So you need to be able to communicate. You need to be able to tell your career story. Now, this is not about how you write your CV, right? And this is something that even you need when you're going into your interviews. Some of us might have started our degrees. Maybe I've got friends that have, for example, studied geography, but are now in tech. You could have studied geography and you're now transitioning into tech. You need to know how to tell that story. It cannot be, I studied geography, but now I am now interested in tech. You need to know how to craft that story of how that geography even makes you the best person to do tech. And this is not about bobo, it's not about packaging, it's the fact that there's some truth in it. So like I said, I've worked in so many different industries, and I get to nuclear industry, for example. The people that excel in that kind of industry are people that have nuclear engineering understanding, and I don't. I have to go and learn nuclear engineering understanding. So if you're like FMNA and you understand chemistry and you've done industrial chemistry, if he goes to that kind of place, it's going to be top of class there. So understanding how to tell my story of, okay, I've come here, I'm supposed to come and use data to solve your nuclear problems, and I don't understand nuclear engineering. I need to be able to tell my story of how me that does not understand nuclear engineering can solve your problem. And that doesn't just help you at the point of interviewing, it also sort of carries you through your career when you learn how to tell your career story. So your communication skills and those career storytelling skills is very important. The other thing that I'd say has helped me a lot is also, networking. And this networking of a word used to annoy me a lot. It used to not just annoy me, it used to irritate me, because what is networking? Why do I have to network? But I have found, so for example, being recognized as a 30 under 30 in data globally is not something that just dropped on my lap out of, like, I literally wouldn't have gotten that if I wasn't networking. Getting recognized as a Women in Tech Excellence Award 2 years in a row as a finalist in the UK, that wasn't because I was sitting down in my job and doing my work and just sticking to myself. And that wasn't because I went and like, oh, I'm the best thing that's happened, but from networking and then people nominate, people getting to know you in the industry, people getting to know your work, and people then nominating you and putting you forward for things like that. So it can feel uncomfortable because it's interesting, I'd say, because as Nigerians, but it can feel uncomfortable because sometimes it can feel a bit showy, but you need to learn how to tell your story, how to be visible without necessarily being showy. So that's another thing that's helped me stand out. The last thing that I would say has been key for me was me recognizing my strengths. And this is not recognizing my strengths in the terms of, when we do the tick box of, oh, but this is my personality strength. Not from that perspective, but I've talked about how I go into certain industries and I know nothing about the industry, but I know that I know data, right? So it's me knowing where I am. So when you're especially when you're transitioning, because when you're transitioning, there's so much to learn. It looks like, oh, the world of tech is so big. There's so much to learn. There's so many directions I could go. I'd say pause, and take stock. Just pause and take stock. Where are you? What do you have? What do you have that people already want? Before you start learning, what then do you need to have? Because for some people, you might have a runway where you can afford to spend 1 year or 2 years or 3 years learning. And for some people, you might be, maybe your visa is counting and you need to get your job in 3 months, or you have like a 6 weeks count. It means that you need to look for what's the fastest thing that you can do. And what's the fastest thing that you can do is the one that requires the least amount of time for you to learn something new. So it would be best if you understand what you have. What are those key strengths? What are what are the advantages that you already have, and how can you build on those advantages, especially when you're transitioning. So if you're transitioning and you've spent, like Adeze and Efemena, because they're on screen, they've spent time doing management consulting, that's fantastic as a data analyst, because that gives you special skills with how you communicate your analysis and the results of your analytics. So you need to understand that and know that, well, that's a strength that you already have. If, for example, you've been a retail specialist and you've been in logistics, for example, and you're transitioning into tech, that means you understand how to work with suppliers. That's a skill that you can take on. But recognizing those skills is something that I've found when I'm working with mentees that are transitioning. They don't even recognize the skills that they already have that are in-demand skills. So take some time, take stock, and recognize those skills and be able to then communicate them and tell your full career story and why there is a space for you in tech. And not just that there's a space for you in tech, why you're the best person for the role because of a combination of the background that you've got.
That's quite fantastic. Thank you so much for sharing, Sharifat. So I'm going to move to Kende. Please just also take on the question. Let us know what has made you stand out as a tech professional, and what's your opinion for people that are willing to get into tech? Do they need to keep working on various projects? Do they need a certain degree to get into tech? And do they need any certification? Just let us know.
Yes, thank you so much. So most questions I get from people starting out, they are really excited to get certification. And it's for me, from what I've learned over the years, it's just like putting the cart before the horse, right? So like, to be honest, nobody really cares. I mean, in context, like certifications are good, but most importantly, what have you done? Like, what do you know? Like, how do you stand out, right? So like, Adeze said, develop the skills, right? And one very thing we really do not do in, let's say, Nigeria or Africa is volunteering. See, if you want to learn some things, volunteer to do something, right? How I learned some tools in data analytics space was volunteering. Oh, you're thinking of this thing. Okay, let me try it out. Even when I've not done it before, right? There's really some advanced things I've done by just volunteering. And there are some tools that are probably paid tools that I probably would not have been able to afford when I started. But when I volunteered, I was able to use those tools, right? Like very expensive tools. So I volunteered, was able to learn new things and new data analytical skills, right? So, and this is not just about data analytics, it also applies in cybersecurity, AI, and in the tech world generally. And one other thing that is very important is, building a strong portfolio. Now, you want to, I mean, Analytics does that, your LinkedIn profile, your Twitter. And one thing I keep telling people, right? Okay, you do cybersecurity. If 10 of your friends are thinking about cybersecurity, or you do data analytics, if 10 of your friends sees an opportunity, if they can't think about you, that means you're not out there, right? If 10 of your friends see something, I can't say, oh, my guy is doing this thing. That means you're not out there. So you need to put yourself out there. Like, if you're doing something, tweet about it. Of course, like, it's fine to start from as a beginner. I mean, we all started as beginners. So tweet about it. Follow people that you look up to on LinkedIn, do projects. And again, like I said, you're talking about developing skills. You want to engage in projects. You can do mini projects. It doesn't have to be really sophisticated, because sometimes one of the things recruiters look out for is what you've done. They want to see like your thinking process, even during interviews. The confidence you can use to talking about your project and what you've done, and even your failures, at times. So I would say build a strong online presence. And like what Sherifat said, I think it was Adaize, networking is very, very important. You have to network along the way, attend conferences. Sometimes these things are paid for. If you can afford it, go for conferences, go for seminars like this. This is free. And sometimes some of these things are, paid for. Like you have to pay money to have access to some of these talks or conversation, right? So pay, network with people in your field, and learning continues. That's what I tell people. Even today, I work for Google. I still learn. I've worked for Amazon. I still learn. Like, it's a continuous process. You just have to keep learning. And one other thing I would like to say is you have to think globally. What you're learning today, you have to, I mean, you're not competing with your next door neighbor. You're competing with people in the world. Like, so you have to think globally. What you are learning, you have to really understand what you're learning. I would say don't really think much about certifications. I mean, certifications, they are good to have, but the skills are much more important. And I would tell you this for a fact. You'd get a lot of rejections along the way. Some setback, but anything is achievable if you put your mind to it. So yeah, that's about it. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Kehinde, for sharing. So we're going to go to Ifemena. Please, Ifemena, I really do want to know what makes you stand out as a tech professional. So you could just take our 2 minutes to share with us. Thank you.
All right, I will. I love this question, most especially how to stand out as a tech professional. Either you're just getting started or you're trying to upskill yourself to get into a new role, whatever the case might be, right? And I think the first thing is what everybody has said, learning. Now, learning could be conventional and it could also be unconventional, okay? Now, conventional in the sense that you go for a training programs like what we are offering, analytics, data science, data engineering, cybersecurity, Scrum, and so on and so forth. All right. So you go through the training curriculum, that's conventional. Now, you also have unconventional in the sense that it's not that you are in class learning or you're taking notes or you're learning a new technology or a new skill. All right. It also could be as small as the people that you follow on social media. Okay, on LinkedIn, on Twitter, on Instagram, the content you watch or you consume on YouTube. All right, you could just be walking on the road, the books that you read. So think the things around you, change the content that you see. You'll find out that you'll become 10x of the professional that you are. And that's one thing that I do personally. So all the content I consume on YouTube or Instagram, yeah, there are some funny memes here and there, but you'll be surprised. A majority of the people I follow are tech or data, business analysis, cybersecurity, tech influencers, all right, that are talking about things that are happening in the industry. So even before I don't have to go on Google to find out what is the new trending stuff. Just by following these guys, they are keeping me up to date on what is happening. Registering for the newsletter, for a newsletter that tells you about things happening in the industry. Those are things that would basically just change your narrative, change your environment. Okay. So learning doesn't have to be you going to class to learn. Okay. It could also be following the right set of people on Instagram. Okay. And I think that helps a lot. Okay. That's the first thing I needed to say about learning. Now, the other thing, I think majority of the guys have covered it. The other thing I would just say is try. Honestly, the key word there is just try. The only thing you get from trying is the only result from trying, positive, negative, is that you will learn. You try and you fail, you learn from that process. You try and you succeed, you also learn from the process. So just try. Somebody's telling you that you cannot become a cybersecurity analyst. Somebody's telling you cannot become a data scientist. Someone is telling you you can't. Who says that you can't? We have people that have done it. And the only difference between you and that person that did it and succeeded is the fact that they tried. Okay? So if I had waited to say that I want to keep learning, I want to wait and let me just try, let me just keep, learning, or let me just keep postponing, or I want to become a data scientist, I'll try next month, I'll try in 2 weeks' time, I'll try next year, I'll try, you keep postponing this, inevitable. All you need to just do is honestly just try. Just learn the new skill and just try to put yourself out there. The worst case scenario is you will either you fail or you succeed, is that you will learn. Okay, so put yourself out there. Just try is a key word I would like to say. Another thing that I would like to write on is mentorship. Okay, giving back. I would say, let's say giving back. So after learning a new technology, after learning a new skill, try to give back. I will tell you about two of the senior management roles I have worked in the UK are based on the fact that I have trained people. Very surprising. Okay. So I was talking to the recruiters and, during the conversation, first level, second level, I usually hint in there that, oh, I just don't know these technologies. I've also trained Africans across the world, and I've gone, to becoming successful in their desired career paths. They are they get so elated, they get so surprised that, you've trained this amount of people, you've mentored these people. And honestly, if you look at my experience, you'll see the last couple of experiences has been based on leadership or leading a team. And those are the things that have set me apart in getting this particular role. Now, mentorship is very important. You learn in technology, you learn a new skill. Adesa said something very important, which is learning in public, okay, which is very important. I'll talk about a little bit about it. So my personal experience, giving back gives you, it does, not just for the role itself, not just for you getting the better job, but also retentive memory. The moment you learn and you understand and you're able to teach somebody else, it reinforces that thing that you've learned. So one thing I'll tell you, once you learn a new technology, find somebody to teach. Find, like, literally, as you learn it like this, either you go to meet your mom and you tell your mom, oh, let me teach you something. Let me tell you something about data. Let me tell you something about business analysis. Let me explain this thing to you. Try to teach somebody else. You'll find out that it is actually difficult for you to teach. And the moment you can teach somebody, the moment you can utter something out of your mouth and the other person understands it, I can guarantee you will not forget that thing. You won't forget it. And that's what really has helped me training people right from over how many years now? Since I started my career, I've actually been training. All right. So training and learning public, like Adesa said, I've gotten quite a number of engagement, quite a number of job opportunity from just working on projects and posting it on LinkedIn. LinkedIn most especially. One of our partners got a job, via Twitter for, doing what they call it. We have this stuff that we do on Twitter where we do, 80 days or 80 days challenge, where whenever you resume the training program, you
Consistency
post every
challenge.
single day. The consistency challenge. All right, for data science, it's 90 days challenge. Okay, so we use it different ways in different curriculum. All right. So it's that particular, and the lady got a job just from that post on Twitter, just posted on Twitter. I have gotten gigs. So the computer vision engineering role I worked in, this was back in 2021, okay, was based on the project I worked on. I posted on LinkedIn, and the CEO reached out, the founder reached out and said if I would be interested in working on this particular interesting project. This same project had gone to Microsoft, just bought the organization, and they bought it with I think over 15 million pounds in the UK. So these are the kind of opportunity that you are missing out on. I've spoken with people that say that they don't want to post online because they don't want people around them to know that they are learning or they are doing something interesting. They want to learn, in secrecy. But who are you injuring? Who are you deceiving? You're not deceiving yourself. You're not deceiving the public, you're deceiving yourself. The opportunities are out there. If you don't put yourself out there, you'll be missing out on quite a number of opportunities. Village people will not, I don't think, well, I don't know what the spiritual side of what people are thinking about, but building public, put yourself out there, okay? Put yourself out there as much as possible. There are so many opportunities out there. All right, so those are the things I would say. Learn conventional and unconventional in the sense that, your surroundings, your social media platforms, and so on. Try, put yourself out there, just try. The worst thing is that you learn. That's the only outcome. And give back, training, mentorship, and so on and so forth. So I hope that makes sense, guys. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, it does a lot. Thank you so much, Ifemena. Thank you, Adesa. Thank you, Kendi, for sharing out of your wealth of knowledge, right? I'm sure the majority of us have learned a thing or two. And there's this quote I heard recently: you lose out 100% the chances you don't take. So as much as possible, just try. They say that the best time to start was yesterday. The next best time is today. All right. So that's why we brought this program to you. And I'm very certain that you have learned a thing or two. Thank you so much, Kende. So right about now, Adesa is just going to show us some of the success story of participants, the analytics participants, and how they were able to get started in tech, right? So thank you guys very much. We've got a few questions, and then I'm sure that somebody's asking if age is a limit, and yes, Adesa has answered that there's no age limit at all. All right, from the conversation we've had today, you should know that there is no age limit to getting started into tech. All right, and then from the success story as well as Ifemena breaking down all the courses that we offer at Analytics, you get to realize that there's literally no limit to getting started. So right about now, Adessa is going to take the floor, and thank you very much, Kende, for joining in. Sharifat had to drop off at some point, so thank you very much. Adessa, please, you have the floor.
All right, thank you very much, Priscilla. And thank you once again, Kende, for being a part of this conversation and sharing your own experience as well. It's always very important that people get to hear from others who have done it, and they can always learn from them. Okay, so now what I'll do very quickly before Ifemena would walk us through all the programs. When we started, a lot of people started to ask questions. Cybersecurity, business analysis, is this session just for, you know, data analysts and so on and so forth? But it's for everybody. And Ifemena will come back to walk us through all the different programs, from data analytics to business analysis to cybersecurity, so that you have a very good understanding of each program, what it entails, how to get started, and so on and so forth. Okay. Now, what I'll do in the next 15 minutes, 10 to 15 minutes, is I'll show you where the opportunities are. Okay. 2024 is just right at the doorstep. How do you prepare for the new year? Just imagine yourself at the end of 2024, December, just like we are currently at the end of 2023. Do you want to get started? A lot of people said at the beginning of the year they wanted to get started, but they kept on procrastinating and the year is gone. So you want to get started in a particular program, particular career path. Where are the opportunities? Where should you look at? And I'll be sharing that with you shortly. And then I would also show you some success stories, because it's very important that you see other people who have gone ahead of you. 2023, they started their journey and they have also started working and they've gotten jobs in their respective areas. All right, so let's dive into it very quickly. Okay, so where are the opportunities in tech for the year 2024? If you want to get started, where do you need to look at? I'll just quickly highlight that, like I mentioned. But again, when you look at where the opportunities are, you have to ask yourself, are there even opportunities? Because I've had the conversation with so many people, and I've also heard so many people saying that the tech ecosystem is saturated. But I'll tell you for a fact that IMF, for example, is projecting that by the year 2030, you'll have a global shortage of over 85 million workers. What this means is simply that 85 million people would be needed to fill roles or vacancies that currently exist at that particular time, right? So you have roles that will be vacant. You have opportunities to take advantage of different vacancies across different regions. 85 million roles within the tech ecosystem. How do you start to take advantage and position yourself for jobs like this? Okay, so are the opportunities there? Absolutely, the opportunities are there. So now you ask yourself the question, and I always love to share this. Where are the opportunities? One of the best resources that would help you take a decision is ask yourself this. I want to transition, all right? I did management consulting, transition to data analytics. Same with Ifemena. Sharifat, software developer, transition to data management. Electronics engineer, Kende, transition into data engineering. Where do I transition into? Where are the opportunities? If I want to transition today, I want to learn a skill, get into the tech ecosystem. And I always say, look at the World Economic Forum, always very, very key. The Future of Jobs reports. It gives you clear insights into the jobs that will grow and the jobs that will decline. Okay, and I'm just going to walk you through this very quickly. Now, at the left-hand side, you see the jobs that will, oh, sorry about that. The jobs at the left-hand side shows the jobs that will grow in demand. Okay, jobs that will grow in demand. And at the right-hand side, you have jobs that will decline. But I'm just going to highlight a couple of roles so that it gets you thinking where the opportunities would be. First of all, AI, machine learning specialist. The world is in AI and machine learning. All right, everybody. And of course, you can see the trends, the new technologies, generative AI, large language models, and so on. Everybody uses ChatGPT today. That's the new trend. That's where the world is going. These are the jobs that will grow in the next 5 to 10 years. You also have business intelligence analysts. And these are people who use Power BI. They use SQL in organizations to come up with solutions that are automated, generating reports, and so on and so forth. BI intelligence analyst. This particular role, according to the World Economic Forum, would grow exponentially in demand within the next 5 to 10 years. All right. You also have information security analysts, and these are simply your cybersecurity analysts. So a cybersecurity analyst is a derivative of information security analyst. So information security is like a body, is more encompassing and includes different other areas, and cybersecurity is one of them. So for those of you looking to get into cybersecurity, you are definitely on the right path. For those of you looking to get into business intelligence, looking to get into AI, looking to get into data analytics and data science, because you have data analysts and data scientists, and these are roles that would still grow in demand in the next 5 years. In the next 5 to 10 years, according to the World Economic Forum. You have data engineers. Kende is a data engineer. We have a data engineering program. So you start to ask yourself the questions, how did Tenalytics come up with the programs that they offer? And this is part of the process. We look at where the demand for jobs would be. We do our analysis, scraping data from different job boards, Indeed, Total Jobs, read.co.uk, ZipRecruiter, and so on and so forth. We do our analysis to see the job roles that have been very high in demand over the last 5 years and see the projection of where it will be in the future. All right. So when you look at this and you see the top roles, they are very data heavy within the data ecosystem. All right. You'd also see the database architects, and of course, you'd see the project managers, which also includes Scrum. A Scrum Master is a project manager who focuses on agile methodologies. All right. And if Emena would come to break that down a little bit better for us. Okay. You have financial analysts and so on and so forth. So these are where the jobs would be. So it's very, very important that you have a good idea. You take your decisions from a more strategic standpoint. You know exactly what you're getting into. You're not getting into a career path that will become irrelevant in the nearest future. Okay. Now, key reasons we selected these programs that we offer at Tenalytics, looking at the World Economic Forum, doing our analysis, we also saw the need that is important to have career paths that are easy to learn. Okay, you don't have to learn for 2 years. You don't have to learn for 3 years. You don't have to do another bachelor's degree or go for a master's program in order for you to transition. Okay, so easy to learn. All right. Secondly, you have easy to transition and get a job. So you've learned a particular program for, let's say, 4 months. How easy would it be for you to transition and get a job? And that's why it's important for you to know the right career path to select to join. And I've listed a couple of them. You've seen the World Economic Forum, and these areas have very easy, high demand within the tech ecosystem for you to get into. And last but not the least is high and rewarding salaries. So you've learned a skill. There is a demand for that particular skill. How about the pay? Is the remuneration great? Can I get a job easily that will pay me very good salary at the end of the day? And absolutely. So these are the 3 criteria we looked at, and we came up with all the programs we offer. 9 different programs that Femena will be coming to highlight and show us what these programs are, how you can get started, how long it will take you, and so on and so forth. Now, a lot of people it's always impossible. They always see things as impossible until other people have done it. So are there people that have joined our programs, learned over the last 3 to 4 months and gotten jobs across the globe? And I'll be sharing some success stories with you very quickly, just so that you see, for those who have started and they've gotten their journey, they've kicked off their journey in the year 2023. And I would like to introduce Abigail. For those of you that joined the business analysis masterclass, you must have seen Abigail. Abigail, from a care worker in Canada, did care work, joined our business analysis program. She's in Canada, Saskatchewan, and Abigail was able to land the job as a business analyst, and not just a business analyst role, but a supervisory role. She's a supervisor for somebody who has never done business analysis before. And this is how Abigail was able to learn. She learned in class in a project-based environment. She joined all the mentorship sessions. And I remember Abigail vividly because of all the questions she always had. She had, anytime you engage Abigail in any session, she always had questions. Abigail got a job as a business analyst. She's moving from Saskatchewan to Edmonton in Canada to start her role as a business analyst. You have Biola. Biola, an accountant in Nigeria. He joined our data analytics program. He's currently in the UK, and he was able to transition from his accounting role into the tech ecosystem, where he currently works for one of the largest financial services company in the UK. Just like so many people transitioning, moving from Nigeria, moving from Ghana, moving from across the globe, migrating to the UK, migrating to Canada, the question you need to ask yourself is, do I have the skills to compete for the best jobs available out there? When Abigail joined, she joined as a care worker. And we always tell people that, look, care work is great, no doubt about that, but it is not a permanent job, all right? Care work is a survival job. It's a job a lot of people would do so that they can pay their bills, they can do all the things they need to do, and eventually you get to transition into another career path. And of course, this is for people who wants to transition. For some people who are in the health and care sector, it's totally fine. That's all they've done, and that's all they know how to do. But the question is, if I want to transition, can I learn a skill? Can I have that skill, be so good at that skill, communicate during interviews to potential recruiters, showing them what I've done, and also convincing them as to what I can do to get that job eventually? Abigail was able to do it. Biola was also able to do it. Shadi got her first job as a data scientist in the UK after joining our data science program. You have Patience, who had always tried to get interviews. She could never pass interviews. She attended so many interviews and always fell short until she came to Tenalytics. And one of the things we do, which Efe would also cover, I don't want to take all the time, is you have interview preparation sessions where we sit down, we work with you, we have a mock interview session and prepare you for interviews. And that was how Patience was able to land her data analyst role after joining us at Tenalytics. I'm not going to speak and talk about every single person because of time, obviously, but I'll just highlight a couple. Benga as well. Benga is in Poland. 2 years in Poland, he couldn't get a job until he came to Tenalytics. And the problem Benga had, 2 key issues: interviewing, number 1, and number 2, Tableau. So he joined our data analytics program, but he didn't know Tableau. Okay, so we worked with him, he learned all the skills, brushed up on his Tableau. I worked with him, other data associates within Tenalytics also worked with him during his interview prep. And today, Benga works as a business data analyst for an organization in Poland. All right, you have Oluwatosin, you have Ikmat, who was a stay-at-home mom, for about 2 years or 4 years, I can't remember exactly. Ikmat came to us because she needed to integrate back into the workspace. She needed to get a job. Ikmat joined our program, completed the program. Even while she was in the program, she had interviews, but she was doing her master's at that time, so she couldn't take up the jobs she was getting because of the 20-hour limitation. And immediately she completed her program, she got a job with the NHS, also with full visa sponsorship. And we worked with her during her interview. You'd all get the slides at the end of the session, and it will be very interesting for you to listen to what Ikmat has to say about her experience with Tenalytics, and so many other people. A lawyer who transitioned to a business analyst role, Tammy Vaughn. You have Ramat, who also works with the NHS on full visa sponsorship as a business analyst after joining our program. Idris, as a data engineer, he started with us last year I think around October 2022. He got his first data engineering role with Jaguar Land Rover in February 2023. And as we speak, in November, he got another job as a senior analytics engineer. We provided the references for him. We vouched for him to say that we know Idris, he's worked with us. These are the things he can do, and so on and so forth. You have Michael. Michael joined us as well sometime this year and currently works with a software company here in the UK after completing his data engineering program. You have Victor, who used to work remotely from Nigeria, worked with a company in the US. Victor currently is a senior HR business partner, the technology division with Tangerine Africa, after completing our HR analytics program. Sonia as well, just like so many people, came to the UK for her master's, but she reached out to us. I want to get a job as a HR analyst once I'm done with my master's. And she achieved just that after completing her program. And so many other people, I would want you to listen to their story. Olubemi, who currently works as a solutions analyst with one of the largest insurance companies in Canada. You also want to listen to Olubemi's story. His story would resonate with so many of you. He moved from Nigeria, working with one of the biggest banks in Nigeria, moved to Canada through the PR route. He joined our program as a data analyst, and by the time he was completing the program, he was also getting a job as a business data analyst with a law depot. We worked with him during his interview. We provided his references, and he was able to get the job. And he recently just moved into another role, almost doubling his salary by moving from one organization to the other organization as a solutions analyst. So I'll be handing over to Efemena. And like I said, once you get the slide, it's very important that you listen to these people, listen to their journey, how they were also able to start. So Efemena would simply come back to walk us through all the different career paths and the best one for you to choose. A lot of people would ask, what does a cybersecurity analyst do? What does a HR analyst do? What does a data scientist do? Efemena would come to answer all those questions for us. If you confirm that you are still here on the call, so that's
Yes. Can you hear me?
okay. All right. Yeah. So if I'll just hand over to you, Ife. So for those who are asking, how much does it take? What do I need to pay? Just sit back, relax. The next 45 minutes to 1 hour, Ifemena will walk us through every single thing that you need to know about each program. All right. So get ready to answer, to get your questions answered. Okay. Ife, over to you.
Okay. All right. Adisa, just confirm you can hear me well.
Yes, I can hear you, but it's not so loud, but I think the audio is okay. I can hear you at least.
Okay, that's good. Okay. Welcome everyone. Thank you very much for taking our time to be here today. And if you've had a wonderful time so far, I want you to drop a 1 in the chat. If you've had a great time so far, put a number 1 in the chat. 1, just put it in the chat if you've learned something new and if you're getting value from a free session. Today is free, so there's no value for money. All right, it's value for your time, essentially. Okay. All right, that's good. I'm having a great time. I won't lie. I've learned a lot today. I won't lie to you. I've learned a lot from the people that came to speak and also from what Adiza just said. Positioning yourself is very, very important, guys. Very important. And that's the reason why we're having these sessions. We are going into 2024 and, you should be excited and you should also sit back to reflect on, okay, what did I do this year? What should I do better next year? The number one thing you need to understand, okay, is you need to position yourself a lot better next year. All right. Positioning has helped me. I won't lie to you guys. Positioning has helped me. I usually tell, but every time I have a session like this, I usually tell people, or I usually say this, I don't know where I would be if I wasn't in the tech space. I honestly don't know what career path I would have been if I was in the tech space. All right. If I didn't position myself 5, 10 years, about 10 years ago, all right, would I be a leader? Or would I be leading teams in a foreign country I never knew I was even going to exist in the first place? So positioning is very, very important. Now let's take a look at tech careers for 2024. And I want to take you on a journey, guys. I want to take you on a journey. So please give me just give me 30 minutes of the time, literally 30 minutes. That's all I need you to give me. 30 minutes of the time. I'm going to walk you through all the career paths that we have here. Business analysis, data analytics, financial analytics, HR analytics, full stack data science, data engineering, Scrum Master, cybersecurity, and also AI engineering. All right. I'm excited anytime I have to talk about this. And honestly, I just want you to 30 minutes, guys, 30 minutes maximum. I promise you, I cross my heart, okay? 30 minutes, that's all I need. But in these 30 minutes, I want you to get a piece of paper and a jotter and jot things down so that you can do what? Take things away. Do you understand? Okay? Get a piece of pen, a pen and a piece of jotter or a jotter and jot things down so you can take things out of this session. All right? Now, looking at all the career paths that we have here, guys, looking at all the career paths that we have here, okay, which of these career paths would you want to get into? If you comment, I might consider you for one-on-one mentorship. Let me see the first person to post. All right, which of these career paths are you interested in? Okay, let's see. Parents watching. Okay, this is okay. Business analysis, data engineering, cybersecurity, Scrum, data scientist, data analysis, data analytics, all the same. All right, data analysis, Scrum, data science, data analytics. Quite a number of data analytics in the house today. Okay, but anyways, we'll talk about that. Financial analytics. All right, we have financial analytics, we have data science, we have data engineering, cybersecurity, quite a number of people. I love this. I love this energy, guys. I honestly love this energy. And I love energy when I'm speaking. All right. So I want you guys to, I want to take you on a journey to explain all these things. Now, all of you will want to, become data analyst, business analyst, HR analyst, data engineer, cybersecurity analyst, Scrum masters, and so on and so forth. And if you're not even too sure, don't worry. I'm here for you. It's just, like I said, just sit back, relax, and I will explain all the things that you need to know in order for you to succeed in this career path in 2024. So you're the VIP. Don't do anything. Just listen to me. I'm going to walk you through every single thing. All right. So let's start with the first one, business analysis. Now, this one here, I won't lie to you. This one has gotten so many, a lot of people have a lot of misconception about business analysis. But, that's where we're going to be kicking off from. Okay. So now, business analysis here. Business analysis is a very interesting career path, and I would explain why. Okay, every business, either you're selling Maggie on Instagram, you're selling shoes on Instagram, or you're doing any form of business. Every business has what we call, has a key feature which is called process. Key feature which is called process. Take, for example, in your organization, if you want to go on leave, what would you do? There is a process you go through in order for you to go on leave. Okay, and how do you do? What's this process like? Either you send an email to the head of your department would approve, then you forward that approval to the head of HR in order for you to go on leave. That's a process. So every single organization on planet Earth consists of a key theme called what? Process. Every organization. All right. Now, the job of the business analyst is to ensure that this process is what? Efficient. Okay? Is efficient. Okay? All right? Pardon me. Okay? It's efficient. It's as efficient and as effective as possible. That's the job of the business analyst. So let's take, for example, a particular company, let's say Jumia. Okay? Shout out to Jumia. All right? So if Jumia currently, okay, Jumia's process for delivering parcels is taking about 4 days. Okay, let's say it takes about 4 days for a parcel, a package. You go on Jumia and you order for a product, you order for a webcam, you order for a laptop. So from the point of order, okay, from the point of order to the point of delivery, okay, all right, it takes them 4 days to do. This is just an hypothetical example. I'm not saying Jumia, delivers within 4 days. This is just an hypothetical example. But in this situation, let's say it takes Jumia 4 days to deliver a particular product. Okay. Now, the business analyst is going to look at this. The PA, okay, the business analyst is going to examine this process and start to ask questions. Is 4 days optimal? Okay. Is it an efficient process to deliver our products within 4 days? Now, you compare it, you do a little bit of benchmarking. You gather requirement from your competitors, SWOT analysis, to look at other peer-to-peer, organizations to find out how many days do they deliver their products. And you find out that on average, it takes them 2 days to deliver their products. Your competitors are delivering their products in 2 days, and you are delivering yours in 4 days. It means that your process is not as efficient as you think it is. So there's something we call the as-is position, which is also called the current state, okay? All right, which is also called the current state, all right? And we have the future state, okay, which is called the to be, okay, future state, which is also called the to be situation or the to be process, okay? So the as-is process is currently what we are doing now, which is Jumia delivering in 4 days. But the to be is that they want to deliver it in 2 days. How do we move from 4 days to 2 days? That's a key problem. So that is now where you start talking about gap analysis. That's where you now start talking about gap analysis. Gap analysis is basically that distance between your current state and your future state. You want to become a business analyst today. You don't have the skills, you don't have the knowledge, you don't have the experience to become a business analyst today. All right, that's your current state. That's where you are at this point in time. Your future state is you want to start working as a business analyst. There's the gap. What is the gap? The skills you need in order for you to become a business analyst. So that's exactly what you need to start to figure out, the gap analysis. What are those gaps in the process that you can actually improve on? Going back to the same process, being efficient with the process that you're taking on. All right. So that's the role of the business analyst, a mediator, somebody that is in the middle that understands technical and non-technical and ensures that everything is working in harmony. All right, that certain processes within the organization are optimized to an extent that everything works smoothly. So now, once you understand the gap analysis, okay, once you understand the gap that is facing the business, okay, either certain processes, certain bureaucracies, maybe the suppliers are not delivering products as fast as they could. How can we get suppliers to deliver those products faster than they can? Those are the things that you start to figure out. And how do you figure this out? Is through what we call requirements gathering. Okay, requirements gathering. Okay, so you start to gather requirements. You start to talk to people within the organization, stakeholder analysis. You start to talk to stakeholders. What can we do to improve this process from 4 days to 2 days? So that's the job of the business analyst. And in this conversation, you will notice that it is not as technical as people think it is. All right, it is technical, no doubt about that. One key skill you need to have as a business analyst is people skill. You need to be good with talking with people. You need to be able to hold conversations. You need to be able to lead meetings. You need to be able to schedule meetings. You need to be able to document and so on and so forth. It's very interesting. And I find this role very interesting because there is no business on planet Earth that doesn't have what we call processes. There is no business. Either you're running a small scale business or a large scale business, you have processes that you need to improve on. And that's where the business analyst comes in to analyze your processes, identify the as-is position, design the to-be position, identify the gaps, and see how you can improve on that gaps in order for you to improve your process. So business analysis is exciting because, like I said, every single business across the planet Earth they have processes that needs to be improved on. All right. But now let's talk about what you need to learn, salaries and all that. Obviously, the reason why you're doing this is not just to save planet Earth, okay? You need to put some money in your pocket. So let's talk about average salary of a business analyst in the UK, in Canada, and in the US. Average salary of a business analyst in the UK is £52,000, £52,500. That's a lot of money, okay? For someone that is looking to transition, regardless of any career path you find yourself, 52 grand in the UK is really good money to an extent, all right? In Canada, it is 74,000 plus Canadian dollars, and in the US, it is 85,000 US dollars. Those are the average salaries of business analysts across these key regions. Now, moving on to the key learning areas, okay? The first thing you see there is Excel, Power BI, and SQL. Now, you start to ask yourself questions around, why am I learning data analytics skills, okay? Data analytics skills. Why do I need to learn it as a business analyst? And the answer is very simple. We have an up-to-date curriculum that will teach you all you need to do in order for you to succeed in the career of a business analyst. And let me tell you why I say that. All right. Majority of the roles that are coming up now, okay, going into 2024, even as of 2023, all right, majority of the business analyst roles out there are requiring you to have, data analytics skills. Either you know how to use SQL, or you know how to use Power BI, or you know how to use Excel, or even a combination of all three of them. Now, it's not just you learning the core BA skills. It's not just you learning process mapping, gap analysis, software development lifecycle. It's not just learning the BA terminologies and the BA life cycles. It's also about merging the skills together, data analytics and business analysis. Now, you will get to see that quite a number of roles. You'll get to see what we call business data analyst, okay? Which is a very interesting role that majority, analysts, okay? Majority of our participants are getting in the industry at the moment, okay? Very interesting role. It's a combination of data analytics and business analysis. Now, guess what? If you learned business analysis without learning data analytics, you won't be able to get this kind of position, all right? So you are already at disadvantage. But with this particular curriculum, it gives you the ability to apply for both data roles and both business analysis roles. So it gives you that particular ground in order for you to cover as much ground as possible when you're applying for jobs. Okay, so not all job roles as a business analyst will require you to have analytics skills, but if they do, you would have the skills that you need in order for you to apply for that job. So you are always going to be, part of the top 1% of applicants in every job role. And that's the reason why we have a very huge success in people transitioning from whatever role they are into business analysis, okay? So you learn Excel, Power BI, and SQL. You will also learn process mapping, project and decision planning, Agile and Scrum for projects. You got to get to work with software development lifecycle, requirement fundamentals, elicitation, stakeholder analysis and engagement. And we also have ChatGPT for business analysis. So you see, all these things have been embedded together. You see, it is marinated together. It is infused. Data analytics, business analysis infused together to give you the most robust curriculum you can ever find in the job market. Okay. Now, the learning timeline is a total of 4 months. Okay. 4 months learning process. Okay. So you have 4 months of learning all this. And it comprises of 2 months of learning, of in-class learning. So this is where you come to class, on the weekends, you learn, okay? That's 2 months of live class learning. And you have 2 months of building a project, 2 months of you working on industry relevant project and you deploying that particular project. Okay, so you're going to be designing and managing a web application development project. And that's exactly what you would be doing in the internship program. So you get to work with very interesting tools like Excel, SQL, Power BI, Lucy Charts, Confluence, Jira, Draw.io, Trello, and ChatGPT. Very interesting, isn't it? So if you're looking to become a business analyst, trust me, guys, this is the curriculum that you need in order for you to succeed in 2024. So please, if you're looking to get it started, please register now, okay? Now, let's talk about data analytics, okay? Let's talk about data analytics. All right. Now, data analytics is a very interesting role because this is the key person, this is the key custodian of data in every organization. Now, this data analyst, okay, the data analyst uses data to answer 2 critical questions. 2 questions, okay, let's say number 1 and number 2. Number 1 is what we call descriptive analytics, okay? Descriptive analytics. Okay, and then the second one is diagnostic. Okay, all right, diagnostics analytics. So 2 questions. Question 1 is descriptive. Question 2 is diagnostic. But don't worry, I'm going to explain this better. Now, data, okay, in every organization, in terms of descriptive analytics, the first question you're going to be answering is what happened? Kilo shele. Okay, what happened? Okay, all right. What is that thing that happened in the business? So if you see questions like, what was our total sales last month? What was our total revenue last month? What was our total loss? How many customers did we generate last month? You see all those kind of questions. If I should ask you now, what was your total expense last month? Okay, what was your total expense last month? What was your total revenue? How much entered into your account? Do you understand? Those are questions around what happened. What happened last month? What was our total revenue? What was our total customer base? What was our total loss? What was, those are questions. And guess what you use to answer those questions? You use data to answer those questions. Okay. So what was our total profit last month? Or let's say from January to December. Okay. Let's say January to December. Okay. I'll draw a graph. January, February, March, April, May. I'll stop at May because my graph is not that big. Okay. So let's say in January, you made 7 million. Okay. In February, you made another what? You made another 7.5 million. Let's say you made 7.5 million. In March, you made 8 million. All right, so you have been growing by 5 million, 500,000 every month. Okay, but now April came and you made 15 million. Okay, April came and you made 15 million. That's good business. That's good. All right, but now that will now lead me to the second question, which is diagnostic. The next question is diagnostic analytics will be why? Why did it happen? Why did it happen? Okay. All right. Now, in my initial start of career, when I started, data analytics and so on, all right, in this kind of situation, the CEO will start to ask you questions. Why did we make 15 million? Month on month, we've been growing by 500,000. We've been growing by 500,000. For this particular month, we moved from 8 million to 15 million. Why did that happen? It's good. It's perfect. It's fantastic. It's not doing anything bad for the business. But there's a key question there. 6 million to 15 million, there's a huge jump. Why did it happen? How did we generate 15 million? Did we run ads? What kind of marketing campaigns did we run? All right. What kind of customers purchase products from us this particular month? Is there some kind of retargeting? Did we rebrand? What kind of, answering questions, why did it happen? Now you're becoming the oracle within the organization, whereby you're using data to answer questions, okay? Questions that nobody else can answer in the organization. You can answer them because you know how to use data analytics skills in order for you to find those answers and communicate it to the team, to the organization itself. So descriptive analytics, what happened? Diagnostic, why did that particular thing happen? Very interesting, isn't it? Now, the moment you know why you moved from 8 to 50 million, either you did a marketing campaign or you did a little bit of work in terms of publicity or whatever it is. The moment you know the reason why you moved, you can take that initiative, okay, and deploy it in the month of May, okay? And you see how it plays out. If you increase in sales or you reduce in sales, whatever it is, that's when you start to use data insights to drive business decision making. That's what you call decision making. So when you say insight for decision making, this is where it comes from. You move from 8 to 15 million. You know why you moved from 8 to 15 million. You take that insight and you deploy it. You deploy it in the next month, and you see, how is it impacting the business, that particular initiative. That's exactly what we're talking about. So as a data analyst, okay, you're answering two questions, which is descriptive analytics and diagnostic analytics. What happened, okay, and why did that particular thing happen? So that's the two things that you'll be doing. Now, guess what? What tools would you use to do all this analysis I'm talking about, this fantastic analysis? What tools would you use to answer these questions? All right. Now, let's talk about that. Now, in terms of average salary, okay, the average salary of a data analyst is £40,000 in the UK. In Canada, it is 64,000 Canadian dollars, and in the US, it is 72,000 Canadian dollars. All right. So if you're looking to upskill yourself next year, all right, please, this is a very favorable career for you. And this is average. This is not the largest. This is median, okay? Middle, okay? Average. Now, in terms of learning, in order for you to do, the descriptive and diagnostic analytics, what tools would you need to learn? First of the list is problem solving. First of all, you even need to understand the problem. We've moved from 8 million to 15 million. You need to understand the problem. You need to understand the business. All right. So in problem solving, you would learn all the skills you need to learn in order for you to break down problems into smaller terms. Now, a very key one that we use in data analytics is what we call CRIPS DM. CRIPS DM is an acronym: Cross Industry Standard Process for Data Mining. So these are all the things that you get to learn. Now, when we're doing business analysis just now, we talked about Scrum, we talked about Agile, we talked about they have their own framework that they use for improving processes within the organization. For data analysts, we have our own framework that we use in order for us to ensure that problems are being solved real time, more efficiently, more effectively, and using data to solve critical business problems. All right. So you learn problem solving, which is the first thing you learn. You move into Excel, SQL, you get to work with Power BI and Tableau. So you see, these are the key technologies that you get to work with in order for you to answer those questions. All right, descriptive and diagnostic analytics. All right. You also have to be very good with data storytelling. All right. The CEO, the CFOs, and other major stakeholders within the business don't understand all the technical jargons that you're going to be doing in Python, in Power BI, in Tableau, in Excel. They don't really care about the functions, the formula, all right? But they care about the story. You see how I told that story? January, we made 7 million. February, we did 7.5. And you see how I can use visualization to tell a story in order for you to understand. All right. And to also paint a scenario for you to say that if we do this, if you understand what happened between April to June or whatever time of the year, all right, and we deploy it next month, this is likely going to be the result of that particular. You see how I'm using data and visualization to tell a story about the business. It's not easy for you to do that, but those are the things that will teach you in the curriculum. So data storytelling is a fantastic skill you need to have as a data analyst, all right? Because you need to tell story to major stakeholders within the business, all right? In addition to this, you would also get to work with ChatGPT, and you also get to work with Microsoft Fabric. Now, Microsoft Fabric is a very new addition. It's a very new technology, all right? It's a one-stop shop for data, okay, for data engineers, data analysts, and everything. And it's currently still in the beta phase, meaning that it's not being used in the organizations, but you will learn it, okay? Because, like I said, we like to position our guys that go through our training program to the best, not to the best, quality, so that at any point in time where the job market starts to call on, data analysts with Microsoft Fabric's experience, you would have that experience, okay? So we're teaching our people how to use Microsoft Fabrics, for analytics. Now, those are the key technologies you will learn in data analytics. The learning process is for 4 months, 3 months of learning, and 1 month internship. 1 month internship. So you have 3 months of learning all the technologies we talked about, 3 months of working on projects, learning in class, and so on and so forth. Then you move to internship where you have 1 month of internship. So that's the data analytics, the data analyst training curriculum. Now, moving on to the next one, okay, which is the HR analyst. Now, also, let me explain this a little bit. In every organization, all right, in every organization, we have 3 things that makes up every organization. The first is the process that we talked about, okay, and the process is handled by the business analyst. Okay, the business analyst is the one that ensures that processes are going smoothly, fine, perfect, every process is seamless, so on and so forth. Now, the second one is technology. All right, the second one is technology, and the third one is people. All right, mention one organization that doesn't have any employee, that doesn't have a founder, that doesn't have anybody working, and the organization is functioning perfectly. There is none. Okay, none. There's no organization like that. So people are the most important asset to any organization. People, they're very important. Now, it's the people that will drive the process, okay? It's the people that will drive the process that would make use of the process, and it's also the people that will make use of technology. Now, the data analyst, for example, Power BI, Tableau, SQL, it's the people, it's the data analyst, which is the person that will use it to solve problems within the organization. Process is the same thing. It's people that will drive those processes. So you see how people is very important. And that's what makes HR very, very, has become, that strategic role for every organization. So the HR analyst, okay, is the person that uses people data, okay? People data, all right, to answer questions, okay? To answer two questions, all right, back to the data analyst, which is descriptive, okay? All right, descriptive analytics and diagnostic, all right? Diagnostics analytics, okay? So now the HR analyst is now using data analytics to answer critical questions that pertains to employees within the organization. Like, for example, what was our performance last year? Okay, what was Ifemena's performance? What was Ifemena's performance last year? Okay, 2023, end of the year, what was your performance? Now, after a while, you'll see a trend. You'll see a trend of high performance. You see a trend of high performance, performing employees. Now, from this descriptive analytics, you'll be able to deduce what constitutes an high-performing employee. The moment you understand that, if certain things are put in play, if certain processes, if certain things are put in place, certain training programs, certain initiative, certain compensation packages, certain educational background, if all those things are put in play, looking at high-performing employees, you're likely going to do what? And you deploy it to the next employee, to the next employee, to the next employee, what would happen? You will get to understand that, you would have a very high performing workforce. So if the employees are performing well within their roles, it basically translates back to what? To a better bottom line, to better profits, better revenue, better processes, and so on within the organization. So you say the HR analyst is this person that use people data to make informed decision for the employees. Now, the HR analyst used to be that redundant role where, oh, HR, I want to go on leave. How many leave days do I have? Even you, the employee, you're forgotten, but you now send it to HR to say, HR, how many days do I have, left on my leave roster? All right, and they send it back to you. So it used to be very redundant before. But people have started to see that data analytics are, HR infused with data analytics, all right, has made HR analytics more strategic than ever before, where you can use data to tell stories about employee performance, to compensation analysis, to benefit analysis. There's so many things, data analytics has been infused in the HR space to make it more, strategic as a role. And this is a very critical role that you need to go into if you are an HR analyst or you're interested in HR in the first place. All right. Now, the average salary of an HR analyst in the UK is £32,000. Okay. In Canada, it is 71,000 Canadian dollars. And in the US, it is $62,000. Now, you see, the key features you will learn, you see these parts, these technologies you learn here are the skills of a data analyst. So you learn problem solving like a data analyst. You will learn Excel like a data analyst. You learn Power BI like a data analyst. You'll get to learn SQL also like a data analyst. Now, what makes the switch for you is you being able to tailor, use data analytics skills within the HR space, within HR. All right. Now, HR analytics and performance evaluation, HR metrics and lifecycle, HR analysis and dashboarding, collaboration and report automation, building your case and creating action, ChatGPT for analytics. So now this is where you now take your data analytics skills, all right, and you fine tune it into the HR space using data within the HR space to make informed decision, insightful decision, not revenue, not sales, but now using people data to make sense of people, all right, and make decisions based on the people data analysis that you've performed. All right, so this is where you learn Excel, Power BI, Tableau, SQL. You learn all these technologies in order for you to solve critical people problems within different organizations across the world. Now, for HR analysts, The learning timeline is for 4 months. Okay, so you have 3 months of learning and 1 month internship. 3 months of learning and 1 month of internship, immersive internship, when you get to work on more industry relevant projects. That's when you start to even harness all the skills you need to have in order for you to become the perfect HR analyst that you want to be. All right. So you get to work with problem solving, Excel, Power BI, SQL. You get to work with HR metrics and dashboarding, and also get to work with ChatGPT. Okay, so these are the things you need to learn in order for you to become that HR professional. Now, guess what? Again, another question I would like to ask you: mention one organization that doesn't have an employee, that doesn't have a founder, that doesn't have a CEO. It's impossible. All right. So this role also keeps you at that top burner of 1%, 1% of people that are likely not going to be affected by, changes within the workforce, because you always need employees. You always need to improve on certain process within the within the employee landscapes and so on and so forth. All right. Now, I hope you guys are learning from this process anyways. Are you guys learning from this? Let me see. We are going into financial analytics now. All right. So, all right, fantastic. Okay. All right. Now, the financial analytics training program, financial analytics, okay, is focused on 3 critical areas. Okay. And I love this career path. All right. Maybe because I have a little bit of fun. I have a little bit of personal experience with finance. So that's why I love financial analytics. Now, I would explain it so that people that don't know anything about financial analytics would understand better. Now, this financial analytics training program, so when you're looking at financial analytics, all right, financial analytics, it comprises of 3 things. Number 1, data analytics, like you know already, all right, it comprises of data analytics, all right. Number 2, it comprises of what we call corporate finance, okay, all right, and I'll explain all these things for beginners. And number 3, investment banking, all right. Investment banking. Okay, so 3 career paths. So you see, financial analytics that you see as a curriculum, as a course on its own, comprises of 3 career paths. Number 1, data analytics. Number 2, corporate finance. Number 3, investment banking. 3 career paths. Now, what makes this unique? Now, every organization needs to make financial decision. They need to make financial decision. All right. Every organization generates what we call financial data, either through sales, okay, through revenue, through income, taxes, whatever it could be, whatever it is. All right. They generate this money and they want to see how they can make better informed decision based on the money they've invested. All right. That's where you're now infusing data analytics with corporate finance and investment banking. Now, take for example, let's give a very huge, very relatable phase. We all know when is the Access Bank acquired Diamond Bank? That was a couple of years ago. Okay, guess who are these people that will drive such kind of initiative, such kind of merger and acquisition? All right. It's the financial analyst, it's the financial analytics professional, somebody that knows data analytics and knows finance and has infused both parties together in order for businesses to make such kind of decision. So before Access Bank would have acquired or merged with Diamond Bank, certain due diligence would have taken place. Now, who are these professionals that will do this? Okay, who do you think will do it? It's the investment bankers. It's the financial analytics professional that knows data, okay, that can work with financial data, make sense of financial data, and translate it into informed decision making. Should we buy this organization? Should we merge with this organization? So that's when you now start to talk with what we call financial modeling, okay? Financial modeling, all right? We have participants now that are currently building financial models for startups that are getting funding from Y Combinator Y Combinator to other accelerator programs across the world. Our participants that have gone through the financial analytics training program that are working, they have their own consultancy firm where they build financial models for startups that are generating, that are getting funding within the, the funding market. Okay, so these are the kind of skills you get to learn. all right, how to work with financial data and make sense of it in order for you to drive decision making within any organization. So the training program combines three technologies together, three roles together: data analytics, financial analytics, data analytics, corporate finance, and investment banking. Now, in terms of average salary, the average salary of a financial analyst is £51,000. In Canada, it is $69,000, and in the US, it is 74,000 US dollars. That's the average. This is per annum, all right, not per month, okay, per annum. Now, what would you learn? You see, the key learning areas, you start with data analytics. Then you move into the key areas of, corporate finance and investment banking, IB. All right. So you start with data analytics. So you learn problem solving like a data analyst. You learn Excel like a data analyst. You learn Power BI like a data analyst, and you learn SQL like a data analyst. Now, you take that skill of a data analyst and infuse it with these career paths that we talked about: corporate finance and investment banking. So this is where you get to learn accounting fundamentals, financial analysis, financial modeling, valuation, sensitivity, and scenario analysis. And you have ChatGPT also, which is AI for analytics. So you see these critical areas, these are the critical financial areas where you're using data to make informed financial decision, okay, within the business. And you'll be working on very, very interesting projects that will put you at the top 1% again of people within the financial space looking to transition or looking to get a better job, whatever the case might be. And this is what has really helped quite a number of our participants transition and get, better jobs in Nigeria, in the UK, in Canada, and literally across the world. Okay. Now, in order for you to become a financial analytics professional, you have 4 months, 3 months of learning, and 1 month of immersive internship, where you get to work on another set of projects to your portfolio in order for you to talk to professionals, in order for you to get what you're looking for. Now, let me just digress a little bit, just a little. We had a participant that got a job with one of the top consulting firms in Nigeria, one of the big 4 consulting firms in Nigeria, as a financial analyst. Now, guess what? During the interview process with the partner, okay, the partner asked, okay, on the CV, he saw that we had gone through analytics, okay? And it was like, oh, what project did you do in your analytics, what project did you do in your analytics internship or during the training program? And, it was excited, it was confused, like, how do you know analytics? And it was like, yes, yeah, the partner had recommended 3 people to go through the financial analytics training program. One of the big 4s in Nigeria, one of the partners said the same thing. And you see, that's where you tell you, the kind of quality that we give out there, the kind of quality training program that we give. This partner has recommended 3 people. One partner recommended 3 people to take this training program. All right. And eventually, just because the person was able to also detail out, the project they worked on during the internship and during the program, this person currently works with one of the big 4s in Nigeria as a financial analyst. So these are the kind of things that we have infused, we have marinated. Can somebody say marinated into the curriculum? So that anywhere you find yourself, guys, anywhere you find yourself, whether you're in the UK, you're in the US, you're in Canada, all right, you would be able to get that job itself, all right? So you'll get to work with the tools of a data analyst, then you fine-tune it by working on financial analytics projects, okay? From financial analysis to financial modeling to valuation to sensitivity analysis and scenario analysis. Now, let's talk about the data scientist, okay? Data science, is another very hugely, a lot of misconception, okay? So I'll call this DS, okay? DS. So the data scientist, unlike the data analyst, would answer 3 questions, okay? This data scientist would answer 3 questions. The data analyst will answer 2 questions. The data scientist will answer 3 questions. The first one is descriptive, okay, descriptive analytics. The second one is diagnostic, okay, diagnostics analytics, all right. And the third one, which is predictive, okay, predictive analytics, okay. So 3 questions. The first one, can anybody tell me what the first question, descriptive analytics, what would you be answering in the first question? Let me see. Let me see the people that are following me. For descriptive analytics, what question would you be asking when it comes to descriptive? Yeah, hey, Ibrahim, let's go. I love this. I love this. You guys are awesome. So you see, with descriptive analytics, the data scientist is answering the question, what happened? What happened? What happened? Okay, pardon my Yoruba. Happened. Happened. You need to put that. If it's not there, you know you're not pronouncing it properly. So what happened? Okay, kilo shelle. All right. So you need to answer that first question. The second one is diagnostic analytics, which is answering the question, why did that particular thing happen? Okay, why did it happen? It happened. Okay, why did it happen? Now, the last one, which is the third one, is what will happen? Oh, what will happen? What will happen? Sorry, what will happen? Okay, so number one, what happened? Number two, why did it happen? And number three, what will happen? You see, this one now is now taking one step further, better than the data analyst. All right, it's going one step more than the data analyst. The data analyst is going to stop here. Why did it happen? Okay, that's my jurisdiction. Okay, I'm not going past that. The data scientist will be so proud to go one step further to answer the question, what will happen? All right, so let's still use that same scenario where we're talking about revenue. Okay, where we're talking about a little bit about, I'm just going to redraw this, sorry, because it's not very good. All right, so let's take a look at this. All right, let's still take a look at, okay, so we have January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, and let's just leave it like that. So in January, we made 7 million. February, we made 7.5 million. March, we made 8 million. April, we made, let's say, 15 million. Okay, and let's stop at May. Let's stop at April, rather. Let's stop at April. So we made 7 million in January. We made 7.5 in February. We made 8 million in March. April, we made 15 million. Now, the data analyst, this particular chart has answered the question, what happened? What happened in January? What happened in February? What happened in March? And what happened in April? Why did it happen? We need to do, that's what in the data scientist, we call it exploratory data analysis. Okay, you would have heard of this, exploratory, okay, data analysis. Okay, that's when you now start to answer questions on why did it happen. Now, the key thing that makes the data scientist, very sexy is the fact that based on all these things that has happened, based on what happened January, February, March, and April, we now have to extrapolate. Okay, pardon my French, pardon my big words. We now have to forecast. Okay, we now have to what? Forecast. We now have to predict what would happen from May all the way to October. What would be our revenue from May to October? What would be our revenue? So businesses don't want to know, even though demand is now looking at, okay, we know what happened, we know why it happened. We also want to know what will happen. All right. It's just like people being curious, what will my future look like? Will I be rich in the future? Would I be a very influential person in the future? Would my business blow up? Will my business do this? Will my business do that? People want to know the future. People are inquisitive to find out what would happen in the future. So that in order for you to, the reason why you want to know what will happen in the future is basically because of one simple thing, plan. So you can plan better. That's the whole essence. The reason why businesses will want you to create predictive model and you'll be able to forecast what will happen by the end of the year, so on and so forth, is so that they can plan better. Planning is very important. All right. Now, I will explain that some other time. Because of time, I gave myself 30 minutes, so I'll try to keep to 30 minutes, okay? So the key difference between the data analyst and the data scientist is the fact that you are doing predictive analytics, all right? You are doing a forecast. You're going into the future to tell a story on what will happen in the future, all right? The next thing is the type of data that you deal with, the type of data that you deal with, type of data that you deal with. The data analyst, DA, and the DS. So the data analyst works with only one type of data, which is what we call structured data. Okay, structured data. All right. But the data scientist, on the other hand, will work with both structured, and that's the number one. And number two is unstructured. Okay. So the data scientist will work with both structured and unstructured. Okay. So data analyst, structured data is basically any data that is in a table. Any data that is in the table. So when you open Excel tomorrow in the morning or this evening, and you open Excel, you see Excel is in a structure, is in a table. Okay. Better still, did you ever play this game? Okay. Name, okay, animal, animal, place, thing. I know all of us play this. We all play this. And you add, in your rows, you add A, B, C, D, and E. All right. And you add each row for each alphabet. Okay. You add each row for each alphabet. So we all played this kind of game. We all played such kind of game. So you see every row, this game now has what we call columns. Okay. All right. And also has what we call rows. So the moment you see your data having rows and columns, it is regarded as structured data. Okay, it is regarded as structured data. So I remember then, I call on A, you see, you write here, animal, antelope, A, plants, I don't even know, team, A, you write anvil, okay, and so on and so forth, all right? So you see, every row, there's a row and there's a column, name, column one, animal column, plant column, thing column. So you see, it is arranged in a structure, in a table-like format. That's what we call a structured data. Now, on the flip side, the data scientists will work with this structured data and would also work with unstructured data. Unstructured data are data that cannot enter, that cannot fit into a table, data that cannot fit into a table, okay? Something like a music file, audio file, okay? All right, or a picture, for example. You can't take a picture and put it in a table. How do you break a picture into rows and columns? Do you understand? How do you do this? That's where a data scientist would also have better advantage. So you get to work with both structured data and unstructured data. So music, text files. So if you go to on Twitter, for example, to extract tweet, these tweets are text. How do you analyze text? Okay, how do you analyze a music file? How do you analyze a picture? And so on and so forth. So these are the key difference between a data analyst and a data scientist. Okay, and what makes a data scientist a data scientist? Okay. Now you see the average salary of a data scientist is £50,000. In Canada, it is 94,000 Canadian dollars. In the US, it is 121 US dollars. Okay, 6 figures straight up. So if you're looking to get into 6 figures next year, this is the career path for you. Now, key learning areas, you will learn statistics, you will learn forecasting. We talked about the key feature of a data scientist being that professional that will be able to forecast, predict what would happen. Now, the key thing, why we call this full stack, okay, is very simple. All right, full stack. Full stack there is just to tell you that you can use different tools to achieve the desired result. So if you want to use Excel, okay, you can use Excel for your forecasting and predictive analytics. All right. You never know that you could use it for it, but that's why we're teaching you this. So in an environment where they've not deployed Python or Python is not being used, you could actually use Excel to create your predictive analytics. And guess what? The first organization I worked with as a BI analyst, the first predictive analytics tool I built was in Microsoft Excel. Now, that Excel file, that Excel forecast I created was used across 5 European countries, the UK, Ireland, Germany, France, and Italy. The major areas for, if you know DPD, if you're in the UK, DPD, all right? It's a global, it's a big European brand for logistics, okay? For your parcel, logistics, supply chain, so on and so forth. So did that forecast in Excel. I was deployed to 5 countries in Europe, all right? So just in Excel, just a simple, I won't say simple, but just that predictive, forecast I did in Excel was used across 5 countries in Europe. Now, you get to also use the same thing, do the same kind of forecasting in Tableau. So you get to work with Excel, you get to work with Tableau, you get to work with SQL, you get to work with Python, exploration data analysis that I talked about, you get to do that, okay? Machine learning, computer vision, you get to work with GitHub, you get to work with ChatGPT and GitHub Copilot for coding, and you get to work with Microsoft Fabric, okay? Now, I think I need to talk about, Microsoft GitHub Copilot and ChatGPT. When Sherifat was speaking, she said she used Stack Overflow while she was coding, while she was learning how to code. Now, Stack Overflow has been replaced with ChatGPT. Okay, so in order for you to write your codes more efficiently and effectively, you will get to work with ChatGPT on how to optimize your code, how to use ChatGPT for your analysis, so on and so forth. So you get to work with all these things. And these are the things that you need in order for you to get this job. So statistics is very important. That's why you're starting with statistics. It's very, very important. So you get to learn, descriptive statistics, inferential statistics, and all these things that you felt were very difficult while you're in secondary or university. The reason why they were difficult is because you couldn't resonate with them. Okay? So they tell you mean median mode. Why do you need to do mean median mode? Most times you don't know. Why the middle value? Median is the middle value. In common sense, you'll be wondering, why do I need to get the middle value? You have an array of numbers. Why do I need to get the middle number? It makes no sense. They never taught us the reason why we need to get the middle value. That's exactly what we're going to be teaching you. So you get to work with measure of central tendency, measure of asymmetry, measure of variations, quite a number of, statistical terminologies that you've heard of, variance and standard deviation, for example. Those things, a lot of people dread them. But why? The moment you know the why, I can tell you for free that you will be so amazed to, collecting back your school fees from all the university and secondary school that you went to. So the why is very important. That's exactly what we will be teaching you. And you'll be learning it with other technologies from Excel to Tableau to SQL to Python to machine learning, supervised and unsupervised. You'll be getting to be working on NLP projects, natural language process. You get to work with computer vision. So it's a very immersive curriculum. And guess what? You'll be working on this curriculum in 4 months, 3 months of learning, and 1 month of immersive internship. So can somebody say immersive? Say immersive where you are. All right. Immersive internship. You are going to learn a lot. All right. We're going to literally open your head. Okay. And put all these things inside your head. You will learn by fire, by force. Okay. All right. So it's a very immersive curriculum to get you started in your new role as a data scientist in 2024. So if you're looking to become a data scientist, honestly speaking, there is no better time for you to leverage this curriculum to get it started. All right. Now, data engineers, I don't know what to call these guys, okay? The landlord of data, I'll call them the landlords of data within the organization, okay? Data engineers, okay? I'll call them the landlords of data because the data analyst and the data scientist, okay? And even any other data user within the organization, all right? These guys, without data, okay? Without data, okay? Without data, they are useless. These guys, data analysts, data scientists, if data is not available, guess what? These guys will not be able to do anything. All right? They are literally called data analysts. So meaning that they are analyzing data. Data scientists. All right? So they are using data to perform certain activity. So without data, these guys are redundant. They can't do anything. All right? So the data engineer is that professional that makes data, okay? That makes data available for them. That makes this data available for the data scientist, the data analyst and the data analyst and the data scientist. Now, let me give you a very simple process. Let me just give you a very, very simple example for you to appreciate the data engineer. Now, take for example, you are selling shoes. You sell shoes. Okay? You sell shoes on Instagram. Okay? You sell shoes on Instagram. Okay? You sell shoes on Facebook. So the same shoes, but you're using different channels to sell your, all right? And you sell shoe on which platform again? Or let's say, is it TikTok? Let's say, all right? Let's say TikTok. You're selling shoes, but you're selling these shoes on 3 different platforms. Platform 1 is Instagram, platform 2 is Facebook, and platform 3 is TikTok. Now, at the end of the year, now this is December. This is December, okay? All right, you're doing a yearly review, okay? Yearly review, all right? You're doing a yearly review. You want to find out, oh, sorry, what's this? Sorry about that. So you're doing a yearly review, okay? And you want to find out what channel generated the most revenue for you, all right? You're doing a yearly review, all right? And you want to find out what platform generated the most revenue, okay? Did you generate the most revenue, or let's say profits, okay? They're not the same thing, but let's just either whether revenue or profits, whatever it is. Which of these 3 channels did you generate the most revenue? Now, the data for Instagram, in order for you to analyze, the data for Instagram is on Instagram. You need to export it, correct? You need to take it out of Instagram in order for you to do the analysis, okay? The data for Facebook is also on Facebook. It's nowhere else. It exists in Facebook. You need to export it in order for you to do the analysis. The data for TikTok, the sales and revenue data for TikTok is also on TikTok, okay? So you need to get the data from Instagram, all right? You need to get the data from Facebook, and you need to get the data from TikTok. So you need to export this data, okay? You need to get the data from here, okay? You need to get the data from Facebook, okay? All right, and you need to get the data from TikTok. And all you need to do is put it in a central location. You need to put it in a central location in order for you to now do your analysis. In order for you to do your analysis. So you get the data from Instagram, put it here. Data from Facebook, put it here. Data from TikTok, put it here. And then you can now start to see that, oh, okay, majority of my sales come from, let's say, Instagram, okay? Okay, you can now start to see that, okay, after you've gathered all the data from these 3 sources, you now analyzed it, and you now find out that majority of your sales is coming from, or your profits came from Instagram, all right? But you see, you needed to extract that data from Instagram into what we call, this what we call a database, okay? Or let's say data warehouse. Okay, you need to extract that data from Instagram. You need to extract the data from Facebook. You needed to extract the data from, and you needed to load it into what we call a database, okay, in order for you to do your analysis. So you see, that's where the data engineer does his work, okay? So they do this what we call ETL. They build what we call ETL pipeline, okay? So you see that example I just gave, Instagram, Facebook, TikTok. All right, you have all these places. So you see what they're going to do, what the data engineer is going to do is it's going to do what? Extract the data. That's the first thing the data engineer is going to do. Extract. The data currently is in Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok. So they're going to extract, first of all, extract the data from all the sources. Then thereafter, after extracting, they will need to transform the data, okay? So you see, the data coming from all these sources, they are not clean. They're not going to be clean and perfect. They're not going to be clean and perfect. It's just like you going to the markets to buy rice or to buy beans or to buy whatever food ingredients. You won't go to the market and expect that the food is clean, okay? It's expected to be dirty. So what do? You get to the kitchen and you wash this thing, you clean it up, all right? You ensure that it is good and ready for consumption. That's exactly what you're doing this transformation for. So all the data coming from Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter coming into this place, you need to transfer them. You need to what? You need to clean, all right? And arrange and transform them. So after doing all that, you now do what? You now have a what we call a data warehouse, okay? Where you now load the data. So you now load the data. So you extract from all the sources, you transform, and you load into the data warehouse. So now, it's at this data warehouse that the data analyst and the data scientist will now start to do the analysis. All those visualizations and all those descriptive diagnostic analysis that we talked about, that's where they start to do all those analyses. So that's exactly the role of a data engineer. All right, this is a very simple example. Well, you see, without the data in this place, okay, these guys would not be able to do anything. That's the data analyst and the data scientist. So you see, the role of the data engineer is to ensure there is a proper, flow of data from sources across the organization into a central location that can then be used for analysis and so on and so forth. Okay. So that's the role of a data engineer. Now, what are the key things you need to learn in order for you to become a data engineer? It's a key question, right? Average salary is $50,000, 50,000 pounds in the UK, Canada 94,000 Canadian dollars, and in the US 121,000 US dollars. Now, in order for you to succeed, in order for you to get started in data engineering, all right, you need to end two key technology is SQL and Python. So those are the first things you will learn. So you obviously start with the introduction to data engineering. What's a database? What's a data warehouse? What's a data lake? What's the difference between a data mart and a data lake? What's the difference between a data warehouse and a database? You understand a certain concept. What is ETL? What is ELT? What is OLTP? What is OLAP? I'm very sure all these things are new to you. Well, you'll be learning all that in the introduction to data engineering curriculum. All right. Moving on, you get to work with Linux, okay, for batch scripting and so on. Also, you get to build custom ETL pipelines, working with databases, working with API, also doing, stuff around web scraping and so on. So you get to build very beautiful, projects that will put you above the top 1% of data engineers in the world, okay? All right. You would also get to work with, Apache PySpark, okay, for, distributed systems, also for data transformation, data, orchestration and so on, okay? You also get to work with Apache Airflow for data pipeline automation. You'll get to work with AWS, which is, the biggest cloud platform out there at the moment. You also get to work with Virtual Control, with GitHub, okay? And you also get to work with ChatGPT and GitHub Copilot for, for analytics, AI, and analytics and so on. Okay. So you see, it's an extensive curriculum that takes you from that beginner level. So you don't need anything to get started. The only thing you need is interest. That's the key thing. The only thing you need is interest, and you get to work on that. All right. So moving on, the entire learning journey is for 4 months. Okay, 3 months of learning and 1 month of internship, 1 month of immersive internship. Can somebody say immersive? Okay, immersive internship, where you get to work on more projects, very industry related, projects that you get to build, hands-on projects, and deployment and so on. And you get to work with very interesting projects. I can guarantee you that. Well, now we have the Scrum Master, which is a very interesting career path for people that are looking to getting into Scrum. And just to bring it home to you, this is very simple for you to understand career paths, because it's a very important skill for every person looking to transition into business analysis, also able to become a Scrum Master. Now, I'm going to use another example, okay? And I'm going to use Instagram. Okay? All right? I'm going to use Instagram. Now, before, let's say 10 years ago, okay? In order for Instagram to push in updates, to push an update, okay? In order for them to push an update. So currently now, let's look at now, all right? You can go on Instagram 5 minutes, okay, now, okay? Scroll to Instagram and come back within 1 or 2 hours, and you find out that you have a new update. The way you used to share on Instagram, okay? It has moved from this place, it has moved down here, okay? You see, they've made adjustments to the application, all right? Now, you see that particular ability, okay, to be able to push out updates in real time is based on what we call the Scrum methodology, okay? So the Scrum methodology is saying that before, let me tell you what used to happen before. I love that because I actually was faced with that particular issue working on a recent project. So let's say Instagram they want to create a new feature. They want to deploy a new feature. Let's say they want to change the home screen on Instagram. They want to change the home screen, the way you see when you go on Instagram and you click on your icon and it opens up Instagram. Let's say they want to redesign the entire home page of Instagram. Say they want to redesign the old home page of Instagram. Before, they will do what we call, they will plan first, okay? All right? They will document, all right? They will document, all right? And they will do what? They'll start to, work on it. They'll start to work, start to finish, start to finish. They will ensure that, start to finish, they will ensure that everything goes from point A and finishes at, let's say point A and finishes at Z, okay? They'll work on that project. If it takes them 3 months, okay, they'll work on that thing for 3 months and ensure that, oh, they have a finished or a supposedly finished product, okay? They would have a supposedly finished product. Now, when they have that finished product, that's when they will now publish it. That's when they will now publish. That's when they will now push to the public. That's when you will now see the update on your phone. So it can take about 3 months before you can see an update on Instagram, for example. So this is what used to happen before, okay? This is what used to happen before. So now the Scrum methodology came in to say that, why do we need to wait 3 months to be able to deploy new features on the application? Why do we need to wait 3 months to deploy this particular feature? So Scrum is saying that all the features, these features, we want to redesign the home page, okay? Okay, we want to redesign the home page, all right? So why not just take each feature, take for example, let's say the banner. Let's take the banner, for example, where you have Instagram, okay? Where you have Instagram and where you have maybe some icons there. Take that particular feature, okay? And perform all these things: plan, document, work, finish, deploy. Take that one feature at a time, okay? Plan on this particular feature, document all the things you need to document, work on this feature from point A to point Z, okay? And deploy it. Deploy it immediately. You don't have to have designed the entire home page before you deploy it. All right. So that's why you now see that today your share button will be here. Okay. Tomorrow it will be down here. You will see they're just making those adjustments almost in near real time. No, I won't say in real time, but faster than what used to happen before. The same thing with Microsoft. Before, you see that you have to wait 1 year to get the new Microsoft update. Okay, you need to wait 1 year to get the new Microsoft. All right. So what you've done now is say that, okay, you can see on your laptop, sometimes you just say that you have a new update on your laptop. All right. So they've done that thing and broken it down into what we call sprints, sprint cycles. Okay. All right. In order for you to see how all these things work, and deployment is faster, more efficient than ever before. So you see, organizations are looking for Scrum masters that will come in and say that, okay, do you know what? Rather than waiting to, looking at the process and you're breaking down using the Scrum methodology to get things done faster, more efficiently, and so on and so forth. So what do you need to become a Scrum master? Very simple. All right. All you need, for salary, let's talk about salary first of all. All right. Salary is £52,000 in the UK. All right. Canadian dollars, we have 74,000 Canadian dollars. And in the US, it is 85,000 US dollars. And I can tell you for free that these guys earn way more than what you see here. All right. And that's to also all the other career paths that we have. All right. So you get to work with Introduction to Scrum, you get to work with Scrum team and artifacts. You work with the Scrum artifacts, increment and sprint backlogs, Scrum events, Nexus scaled Scrum, and preparation for the PCM examination. So these are the things that you learn. And guess what? This is all within 2 months of learning. So 1 month of immersive learning and 1 month of another immersive internship. Can somebody say immersive? So I'm actually very excited talking about all these career paths because it's something that you can do. And people, like I said during the session when we started, was try. Just put yourself there. The maximum that will happen is that you will learn. It's the maximum. So even if you try, you are definitely going to learn and you will transition. It's a key thing. Once you're looking at the 2024, all you need to do is just start. Just try. Okay, because people are doing this and they're earning big bucks. They started from somewhere and they're earning as much as the salaries that we've quoted here. So the key technologies you get to work with Jira, and you also get to work with Trello. Okay, now those are the things. So if you want to become a Scrum Master, trust me, this is the training program to latch into. Now we'll talk about cybersecurity within the next 2 seconds, okay? Because this is something that resonates with every single person. Okay. Now you, the user here, you that you're listening to me currently, yes, you. Okay. Your WhatsApp, as small as you are, I won't say as small, as big as you are. Okay. Okay. Oh, as big as you are, even sounds like an insult in Nigeria. Okay. You as an individual, okay? You as an individual, just your own personal WhatsApp or your Facebook, okay, your Facebook account, you find out that majority of the time, what has happened over time, you now have what we call two-factor authenticator, 2FA. Why do you have 2FA on your WhatsApp? Why do you have 2FA on your Facebook? So that you don't want hackers, okay? You don't want hackers, scammers, and so on and so forth to gain access to your personal platform, to your personal information, all right? If hackers get access to your WhatsApp, all right, a friend of mine's WhatsApp was hacked just about 2-3 months ago, okay? And they used that guy's number to send him a message. He told me that he needed money. Okay, he needed money ASAP, that he was meant to send money to the person, but he has reached his capacity for the day. This is a friend that we've not spoken in a while. But I know that he's doing well for himself. And if he needs help, he could always reach out to me. And I asked him, okay, do you know what? Send the account number. It wasn't a huge sum of money. All right. It was about 30,000. So I sent him the money. I sent the person the money. Well, how I knew it was a scam was the person sent another message to say that, oh, can you add another 30 to make it 60 that it will send it back to me. In fact, my friend would never do that. Okay. So that's how I knew it was a scam. But they've gotten money out of me already. So you see, your WhatsApp is your personal information. Okay. Contains personal information. So if hackers gain access to your personal information, either WhatsApp, Facebook, Instagram, or any other social network, they can use it to perpetrate fraud. Okay. They can even hold you hostage to say that you need to pay money to get your access back. You will see those kind of frauds, okay, whereby they will gain access to your platform and say, do you know what, you need to pay certain amount in order for you to gain access to your platform back. So these are what hackers can do. Now, this is you, an individual, lying down on the bed, listening to Ifemena at this point in time, yes, you are obviously your personal data is worth it, okay, but imagine a business, a large organization with over 5 million users, a bank, for example, that's over close to, let's say, 15 million users, or a platform like WhatsApp that has close to over 2-3 billion users. Okay, Facebook has confidently over 3 billion users. Do you understand? Now, if hackers get access to Facebook, do you know what kind of damage that would happen? So you see, over time, cybersecurity has now become the in language for every organization because they need to protect themselves. Organizations need to protect themselves. And who is this professional that will provide this protection? It's not, this popular, this popular Yoruba guy that does, Yoruba films. I can't remember the guy's name. I don't know. It's not your pastor, it's not your imam, it's not your traditional worshippers, it's not those people that will provide protection for your network infrastructure. It's the cybersecurity analyst that will design, what we call architecture, cybersecurity, frameworks that would guide your system, firewalls that will guide your system to ensure that cars, okay, will not be able to get access to your personal data, to your business data, all right, and so on and so forth. So that's the role of a cybersecurity analyst. So if you, as an individual, lying down on the bed or sitting down listening to me, you have two-factor authenticator for all your platform, okay, so that you can secure your data. You can secure your data, either your bank data or your WhatsApp data, chat data, and so on. Now, talk more of an organization with over 15, 30, 2 billion, 3 billion users. Now, that's exactly why cybersecurity has become in demand. That's why they need cybersecurity analysts. Now, what is the average salary of a cybersecurity analyst? In the UK, it is £57,000 average salary. In Canada, 140,000 Canadian dollars. So even in Canada, please, without a doubt, this is something you need to be chasing next year. I can tell you this is what you need. All right. In the US, it is 105, US dollars. So also in the US, 6 figures straight up. Now, the key learning area, starting from the background, starting from the foundation, what do you need to learn? You need to learn cybersecurity, introduction to cybersecurity, foundation to computing and networking, information security principles, offensive and defensive cybersecurity. I'm even excited talking about this, okay? Offensive and defensive cybersecurity, cryptography basics, cyber threat and attack vectors, network security, endpoint security, web and application security, cloud security, incident response and forensic, cybersecurity policies and compliance. So you see, this is one of the most robust curriculum you can get out there for beginners, not for experts, not for somebody that wants to upskill themselves. This is for beginners looking to transition, learn as much as possible and transition into the tech space. You will learn enough, okay? Now, all this learning phase is within what? 4 months. 3 months of learning, live classes learning. You go to class, you have an instructor in front of you, teaching you, holding your hands, guiding you on different projects. All right. And you have 1 month of working on internship, working on immersive project. Can you say immersive? Okay. Working on immersive projects, real life projects that will get you started, getting you started into the career of cybersecurity analyst. So you get to work with very interesting frameworks and technology, Wireshark, VMweb, SQL, Python, Metasploit, Linux, Zap, Splunk. Honestly speaking, it gets you a robust, curriculum to get you started in cybersecurity. All right. Last but not the least is AI engineering. This one is coming soon. Okay, this is coming soon. So if you want to become an AI engineer, all right, you get to work with the latest technologies like Google Teachable Machines, Data Robot, AWS SageMaker, ChatGPT and its plugins. You get to build your own custom GPTs. All right. So if you go on ChatGPT 4, you'll see you have a list of GPTs that you can actually leverage. So you get to build your own GPTs. You get to work with Bard and Bing, prompt engineering, and so much more. So this curriculum is going to be likely be launching in February. So take a look at it. If it's something you're interested in, fine and good. You can also take into consideration going into the year. All right. All right. So now the key question you would ask yourself, if a mentor has given me all the information as possible, it's provided so much details into all the career paths that we have running currently. The key question you'll be asking, should I choose the analytics? You roll up your sleeve, you sit upright. I want you guys to sit upright now. If you've been lying down, sit upright. I want to talk to you now, okay? Before I've been gisting, we've been gisting. This time, I want to talk to you, okay? So sit upright. Yes, you sit upright, okay? So why should you train with analytics? Why analytics? Amongst the, myriads of training firms out there, why should you train with us? What makes us different? What makes us stand out from all these people, from the rest, okay? And I'll tell you why we stand out. First thing I would like to talk about is our achievement in 2023 alone. First of all, as a standalone, this is the end of the year. What have we been able to achieve this year? All right? And this would likely give you the comfort to say that, oh, yes, I want to stay with these people. Now, 2023, we helped over 850 people transition into the tech space. From classroom, the key word here is classroom, okay? From classroom. So meaning that these guys had no prior experience, okay? No prior experience. I've been working as a banker. I've been doing customer service. I've been working in retail. I've been doing care. I've been doing this. I've been doing that. I've been working in warehouse. And I want to become a business analyst, data analyst, cybersecurity analyst. I want to become this. But we're able to take them from classroom to getting their first job in the tech space. Is that not amazing? That's amazing, isn't it? Someone that never done it before, went through the training program and, are able to get their first job. That's exactly what makes this unique. This 850 people is not taking into consideration people that have prior experience, people that are working as business analysts and wanted to get better jobs as business data analysts or as data analytics professional or data scientists. They had, technology experience already. They're working in the industry. So we have data analysts that got jobs as data analysts and data scientists, and data engineers. We didn't even take those into consideration. We focused majorly on guys that transitioned from classroom to getting their first job. And we did over 850 people. If you don't believe me, I have testimony. Me, I have evidence. Burna Boy said that you go explain tire, no evidence. But fortunately for us, we have a ton of evidence to show you exactly why we are the best in the industry, right? So I will show you the testimonials. Just like I said, sit upright so you can hear me very well, okay? Sit upright, yes, you, okay? So why should you train with us? Apart from the achievements, okay? That's just one aspect. This is the second aspect. The first one is up-to-date curriculum. You notice I walked you through all the curriculums of all the training programs that we offer. And you'll find out that these are curriculums that you will never get any place else. Why do you think that is? We have the up-to-date curriculum. For business analysis, you see you are doing data analytics infused with business analysis. Data analytics, you're learning new technologies like Microsoft Fabric, you're getting to work with AI for analytics. You see, everything is, I'm usually very excited about our curriculum because we spend so much time doing research, working with industry leaders, also working with our own experience to create the most robust curriculum. And somebody say robust. Say robust. Yes, robust curriculum. All right, that's the first aspect of what you will benefit from going through the training program. Secondly, industry experts with hands-on experience, people that have been there, done that, okay? People that have been there and they've done it are going to come in to hold your hands and guide you through the process of how you can also become, that tech professional that you want to become. So like Sharifat and, Kende and myself and Deja said during the session, why should it take you 2 years for you to learn a new technology when you have people that can teach you in a shorter time frame? And that's exactly what experience comes from. So you get to work with industry experts with hands-on experience, blended training delivery to accommodate everyone. I think this is the one I love the most. Blended training delivery. So over time, we've gone to see that a lot of people are slow learners, okay? A lot of people are, I want to take my time. I want to learn at my own pace, but I also want to do live classes, okay? So we have created a blended training curriculum, okay, that would ensure that every single person that goes to the training program, start to end, will go at the same pace. I'm a fast learner, I'm a slow learner. How do we combine the two of you in the class together and achieve the desired result? Is through our blended training delivery. So we have what we call WMDI videos. WMDI videos, which stands for Watch Me Do It. Watch Me Do It videos. So now, Watch Me Do It videos are bite-sized videos that allows you to understand and practice better, okay, on your own. Bite-sized videos that allows you to practice and also allows you to understand certain concepts a lot better on your own pace, okay? And we also have what we call the live classes. So this is one that you have the live instructor in front of you in class, teaching you and guide you through certain projects, okay? So we have the Watch Me Do It videos, and we also have the live classes. So this is what we call it the blended training delivery, all right, to accommodate everyone. Fast learner, slow learner, all of you move at the same pace. Now, additional employability services, I'll talk more on that as we go on, but that's one reason, that is one of the major reasons why we had so much success getting over 850 people their first tech roles in the tech space. Now, internship, that's one is sweet die. I kept telling you to say something immersive experience, okay? That internship is a true immersive experience, all right? Because it is designed to simulate real work environment. So if you're looking to, I want to work on projects, I've learned Excel, I've learned Power BI, I've learned Tableau, I want to work on more projects. That's the internship, okay? Now this internship, you will enjoy it because I'm still going to show you the classroom, you see the kind of projects you get to work on and so on. So when you combine all this together, you get that industry relevant, ready tech professional, get you started. Okay, so now the key question now is, how do we now position you? This is the employability I was talking about. How do we position you to get a job? Because the essence of you learning all these technologies, all these things that we talked about, put on your heads 3 months, learn. The whole essence for you is to get a better job. So how do we position you to get a better job, or okay, to be successful in the job market? So we have a 3-layered approach. Level 1, okay, this is where we combine 6 key features. Number 1 is CV review. So we're going to help you revamp your CV. The key word there is revamp. Some of you are very, 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 very interesting CVs, okay? But we're going to make it more interesting, 10 times more interesting. Now, your CV is you in digital format, okay? So if you're going on a date now as a guy, what would you do? You're going on a date with a very pretty lady. What would you do? You go to the barbing salon, you touch your hair, you put your fade, you put if your head is getting, if you're getting bald, you dye your hair. All right, you look good. You get your inside your clothes, you iron your t-shirt, you iron your shirt, you iron everything that you're wearing to make you look sharp. Okay, so you can look presentable. So that when the girl sees you, they're like, oh, this guy looks good. This guy looks amazing. This guy looks as fine as Ifemena. Ifemena is talking to you right now. Fine boy, you get me? Okay. So exactly that's what the CV does. So when you submit your CV, is your CV attractive? All right. The average time a recruiter will look at your CV is between 6 to 10 seconds. Interesting, isn't it? 6 to 10 seconds. So if your CV don't look interesting within 6 seconds, you're jackpot. Literally, you've left. You've been excluded from the pool. 6 seconds. So how do you capture a recruiter's attention within 6 seconds? Okay, that's one aspect. We also have so many limitations. I will like that's the first limitation. Second one is what we call applicant tracking software, ATS. So sometimes you apply for a job and immediately you press enter. You immediately, before you even blink twice, you've gotten a rejection email. Why do you think that happens? It's because you have a bad CV. Okay, your CV is not good enough. So ATS is an automated system that tracks applications when they submit their CV. So certain keywords, if they don't exist in your CV, immediately you submit like this, you're getting automated rejection email. All right, I know I've been in that situation before, and I'm sure you have also been in those situations before. The next one is LinkedIn optimization. We're going to optimize your LinkedIn. That is such a very beautiful word. Optimize your LinkedIn. All right. So LinkedIn optimization works like search engine optimization. So if you go on Google today and you see best training data analytics training firm in the world, you will see Analytics will be the first thing you see. That's search engine optimization. You go on best restaurant, you see the most relevant result is what Google will point at you, correct? Okay, that's the same thing with LinkedIn optimization. If a recruiter goes and says, data engineer, I'm looking for a data engineer, I'm looking for a cybersecurity analyst, I'm looking for a data analyst, would your profile show up to this recruiter within your region? If it doesn't show up, then your LinkedIn profile is not optimized. Okay. So we're going to work on your LinkedIn profile, would revamp your CV, would also revamp and optimize your LinkedIn profile, would also work with you on Upwork optimization. Upwork is a platform that allows you to work freelance as a tech professional, okay, cutting across different skill sets, okay? So we'd also optimize your Upwork profile. Navigating the job market is such an interesting, something that will put you above the 1%. Okay. Now, as a beginner within the tech space, you really don't know where to apply for jobs. You don't know the type of jobs to apply for. Okay. So take for example, a data analyst. Most people would go on the job site and start searching for data analyst position. Meanwhile, you can apply for a lot of more jobs out there. So like I said, I've worked as a BI analyst. Okay, I've worked as a business systems analyst. Now, business systems analyst, ideally, most people would never apply for it because, okay, it doesn't have the word data in there. Okay, the only word that rhymes between the two of them is analyst. So what we do with navigating the job market is tell you the type of roles you can apply for. There is also something we call the Eden job market. Eden job market. Okay, all right, things that every other person is not familiar with. And this is what is really giving us, advantage, our participant advantage in getting their jobs. Okay, so those are the things that we would be looking at. Okay, all right. Now, moving on to the next one, job and interview preparation. So you see, once you have a good CV, you have a LinkedIn, you have a good LinkedIn profile, you have Upwork optimized, you know how to navigate the job market. Trust me, you will get interviews. You will get enough interviews. Now, what will separate you, what will ensure that you get the job is interview preparation. Okay? So this is where we prepare you for the interview. You've never interviewed as a data scientist before. All right. I just concluded with one of the participants, and she gave me feedback yesterday morning, and she was telling me that it felt as if I knew what the person was going to ask. It's like I was the one that was going to conduct the interview the next day, and I'd given her all the questions that she should expect. Okay, and she was laughing. She said she bamboozled the interviewer. Okay, and she was excited, and he called me back immediately, and she was so excited. She had it in the morning. After she had it in the morning, she called me immediately to say that, Effie, how did you know the question they were going to be asking? So that's where interview preparation comes in. All right. You've never interviewed as a data scientist, a data analyst, a business analyst. How do you know the kind of questions, okay, to ask? How do you know to answer this question? Tell me about yourself. Okay. Oh, you hear people say, I am from Kogi State. Okay. I'm from something not okay, local government. Okay. I have 17 brothers and nobody cares about that. How do you answer a question around, tell me about yourself? Okay. There is a technique that we use called the seat approach. I'm going to tell you when you register for the training program. Okay. Okay. Now, how do you answer a situational based question? Tell me about a time you did this. Tell me about a time you did that. That's another technique. You use the STAR technique. This is a very familiar one with most people. All right. So that's what we do for you during the job interview preparation session. We also have recommendation and reference letter where you working as a customer service representative, for example, and you're applying for a cybersecurity role or a data engineering role, you've never worked in those capacities before, and your previous organizations cannot stand in for you. So what we do at Analytics is you can claim work experience from Analytics and you can use it to get a job. Okay? So that whenever they ask for reference, we will stand in as your referee. And this has been another reason why we have gotten so much success in people getting started within the tech space. All right. So if you're looking to get started and you're looking for a recommendation, reference letter for your master's program, for your thesis, for literally anything, okay, for a job, we provide you with those recommendation letter in order for you to get started. Now, level 2, we have weekly mentorship session. So we talked about mentorship today, and you see every single speaker on the call today talk about the importance of mentorship. The fact that you can see somebody tell you that I have been in your shoes before. This is exactly the steps you need to take to get it started, to get the success that you're looking out for. That's exactly what we do during the mentorship session. And I'll show you some of the previous ones, okay? How to negotiate a very good salary, how to put yourself out there, how to leverage, how to get international opportunity. Weekly mentorship sessions is what we have designed in order for you to get it started. On the job support. So if you get a job, and once you get a job and you still feel incompetent enough and you feel like you need training wheels to get started, we provide on-the-job support. Okay, so anything that you need is provided for you. So now, level 3, okay, is something new that we are doing next year. Okay, our promise to you, this is the 3rd level. Our promise to you is guaranteed interviews. Okay, guaranteed interviews. This is not something we've ever done before. All right. Well, over time, we've been learning, we've been using the last couple of years to learn. All right. And now we are putting it on our head to say that we will do the heavy lifting and ensure that you get interviews. All you have to do is to learn, work on the projects you do in class, put yourself out there, have your CV revamped, do all the things that we want you to do. And the key thing for us is we will get you interviews. Now, once we get you interviews, okay, we prepare you for those interviews. It's not like we leave you alone. All right, we still prepare you for those interviews, and I can tell you categorically, you are going to get a job. Okay, not just a mediocre job, not an internship, but a full-time job, a full-time good pay job. Whether you're in the UK, you're in Canada, you're in the US, and this thing is very interesting because I want you to tell your friends across the region, across different parts of the world, if you're looking to get into the tech space this year, next year, 2024, this is exactly what you need. someone that will guarantee you to tell you that I will get you interviews, not a job. I'll guarantee you different interviews and prepare you for those interviews that will guarantee you a job. Okay. So, that's the guarantee that we're putting into the new year. So the internship program is an immersive experience, all right? Immersive experience that will take you 0 to 1,000, all right? And now the good thing is, like I said, you can add that internship to your CV and claim work experience. A ton of people have not transitioned successfully because they don't have industry experience. All right. So what we have done is to design an internship program that will guarantee you that experience that you could leverage in getting that job. Tell your potential recruiters, oh yes, I currently work as an HR analyst with analytics. I currently work as a financial analyst with analytics. These are the projects I've worked on. These are the things I've done. These are the institutions I've worked with, so on and so forth. And you would get that job. Okay, 1 month to own your skills. You get to work with an average of 6 additional projects, real life projects, real life changing projects. And you get that interview, you get that project review with an expert. So add internship to your CV, 1 month to own your 1 month to own your skills, 6 projects, live, real life projects, and you also get that project review with an expert. Okay, now, additions to 2024, like I said, we're always adding new things to ensure that you get the best out of the training program. Now, the first of all is body mentorship up. So we talked about mentorship today. Mentorship is very important to get you started in the tech space. You need somebody to guide you. Because of our huge success the last 2 years, okay, in 2021, the average we did was, I think we have close to 500 people in 2022. Last year, we increased it from almost 500 to over 850. All right. So we have a pool of people that have gone into the job market, that have gone through analytics, gotten a job. They're coming back to say, we want to help more people transition. And that's one of the main reasons why we are guaranteeing interviews next year also, because we know the kind of people that have gone through our system. We know the kind of people that have gotten jobs. So these guys are coming back to say they want to help you transition. So those are the body mentorship sessions. Alumni are coming back to help you and hold your hands and guide you through the process. So we have the enhanced internship experience. The internship of our programs would be, more immersive, where you get to work on real life projects, deploy them, work on them, and you can see that life projects that you worked on. Okay, so those are the things that we're putting into that you can actually tell potential recruiter, I built that product. That product you see there, okay, I was the one that worked on this aspect of the project. Do you understand? Those are the kind of immersive, enhanced internship experience you'll be getting. So last but not least, we are also partnering with top recruitment firms across the UK, US, Canada, and other companies across the world. And we're partnering with these recruitment agencies to ensure that there is a steady flow of job opportunities within the organization or within the analytics. So, and this is part of the reason why we are guaranteeing interviews, because these guys are always recruited for tech professionals day in, day out. Okay. So what we're doing is partnering with these guys to ensure that you have a constant flow of interviews that you would get. But one thing I would say is, as long as you go through the curriculum, you are steadfast, you're working, you are building your project, you're doing all the things you need to do, you'll get interviews. If we prepare you, I will tell you, you will get that job. Okay, so that's another partnership. So we are currently working on partnership with Robert Arf, Vinash, Michael Page, Adecco, Manpower, Conferry, Kelly Services, Tech Systems, and so on and so forth. So we have partners across these key regions, UK, US, and Canada, that are currently trying to secure this partnership. Okay, and those are the reasons why we are guaranteeing interviews going into the new year. So now, now we have quite a ton of success stories, okay? And I would like to seek your permission to play just one of these guys, okay? Or maybe, like I said, we have enough evidence, okay? Adeza showed you some evidence at the start of the session. Adeza is likely going to still come back to show you some of this. I will leave that to Adeza rather, okay? So let me just go through all the things you need to go through. Then Adeza will come back in to tell you more about, the success stories and why you should train with analytics. So our next course is going to be starting on the 6th of January, 2024. It's not too late to start. It's not too late to start. Okay, it started on the 6th of January. If you want to get a head start next year, this is literally the only opportunity you have for you to get started. Okay, so we have all our training programs running starting on the 6th of January 2024. All right, and these are the price list in front of you. So you see here, you have the full amount. Okay, you have the full amount. So the full amount here, you'll see $750 for if you're looking to go into data analytics, data business analysis, HR analytics, financial analytics, and full stack data science. The full amount is $750. But we are running a discount, okay? We're running, a discount for, the new year to ensure that we get the first 20 people into the program. Okay, so this discount is only available for the first 20 people. Only available for the first 20 people. So rather than paying the full amount, you can actually pay the discounted amount. So it's going for $750. So the discounted amount is $600. So you're getting a discount of $150. And the good thing also is you can pay in 2 installments. The first installment is $450, okay? And you can pay the second installment, $150, 1 month into the training program. So you have that flexibility to pay 1 month into the training program. So if you're in the UK or you're in Europe and you want to pay in pounds, the total amount is $625. So instead of $625, you are actually getting a discount of £500. Okay, so you're getting a discount of £125. So you're paying £500 in 2 installments of $375 and $125. And in Naira, the same thing. Instead of you paying 900,000, you could actually pay 720,000, and you can pay in 2 installments of 540 and 180. Bear in mind that the second installment comes 1 month. Okay, 1 month into the program, so you have enough time to get the balance. So all you need right now is to secure. All you need to secure your space at this point in time is to pay the first payment, which is $450 or $375 if you want to become a data analyst, business analyst, HR analyst, financial analyst, or the data scientist training program. Now, the data engineering and the cybersecurity class is slightly more expensive because of the technologies, the tools, and the curriculum that you'll be working with. So the curriculum for this, the pay for this is $900. All right, and now you're getting a discount of $150 also. So you would get to pay the discounted amount of $750, and you can pay in 2 installments of $550 and $200. All right, so all you need to do now is to secure your position is to pay $550. And if you're in the UK, you can pay the discounted fee of £625. So you can pay $460 now, and you can pay £165, 1 month into the training program. Same thing with the Naira amount. Now the Scrum Master, okay, is the last one that we have here. Okay, so rather than paying the full amount, you could actually pay the discounted amount. So the discounted amount is $350 for the guys in the US and in Canada and every other part that want to pay in dollars. And if you're in the UK or Europe in general, you could also pay in pounds. That's £295, and that's if you want to pay in pounds. You see, you can pay in 2 installments also, $250 for the first installment and $100 for second installment. Paying pounds of £200. You can also pay 95 pounds, for the balance payment. But one key thing I would like to say before our data comes in, okay? One thing I would like to say is this discount is only available for the first 20 people. And trust me, guys, January is the time most people set out to plan themselves to get started in the new year. All right? So the key question now is, please secure your position. All right? Don't wait till the end of tomorrow, okay? Because this, I will tell you categorically, it's the end of the year. A lot of people are investing in themselves in the new year. You don't want to pay the full amount, okay? Secure your position now by, paying the discounted amount, the first payment, okay? All right, secure your position now and pay the discounted amount, the first payment of the discounted amount. Now, secure your position, then you can pay the balance 1 month into the training program, okay? All you need to do is click on this link, okay? The mainstack.me.enroll10analytics, okay? Click on that link and it's going to take you to your payment category. All right. So, okay, let me bring in Adeza now for him to walk us through the other side of it. the testimonials, and all the things that we need you to get started. All right. So if you've had a wonderful time so far, you guys drop a yes in the chats, okay? If you've had a wonderful time so far, I can see a lot of people. Okay, yes, okay, fantastic, thank you. So, all right, Adeza, do you want to take it off from there? Testimonials and every other thing that has to do with payment.
All right, absolutely. Thanks for that, Ife. So I think we'll do two things. Questions, because I know you have a lot of questions. And then I'll just quickly walk you through the testimonials. I know I talked about, people who have gotten jobs, some of them, and for you to also listen to their stories and at least get to see others who have gone ahead of you and have gotten to achieve the same things you're trying to achieve. Now, somebody asked how about those who wants to start in February? You can always defer your program a month into the future. So the next cohort starts in January. But if you want to start in February, we have a cohort that starts on the 3rd of February. But you take advantage of the discounts today. The discount is not going to be open in perpetuity. All right, so take advantage of the discount, get registered, and then you defer your program into February. All right, so I'll quickly just, because of time, of course, I want you guys to decide on who you want to listen to. Okay, so if you can allow me share my screen, I'll just go ahead and do that. But I want you guys to decide who you want to listen to. Okay, so we have a couple of very amazing professionals. I think we showed them earlier. So we have Abigail, we have Biola, we have Shade, we have Patience. Shade got a job as a data scientist. We have Benga, who had always tried to get a job but couldn't get a job, but now works as a business data analyst. So I just want to know, who would you love to listen to? We're just going to listen to one person because of time, and then we'll move on. Okay. Let's see. I think it's always very interesting to listen to. We've always listened to Ikmat. Okay, let's listen to a data engineer. Let's listen to Idris at DBC. We can listen to Idris. We can listen to Michael. They are data engineers. The person in HR, we've listened to Victor a whole lot as well. In HR, we've listened to Victor a lot. Somebody said Abigail. Abigail spoke for very long, so that's why. Abigail spoke for about, I think, 5 minutes. But again, the thing is, you always have access, all right, to all the links. The links are there. You can always go back and watch those links. But let's just listen to, let's see. Let's listen to Idris. Idris worked with Jaguar Land Rover as a data engineer when he completed his training with us. And then he moved into another role as a senior analytics engineer. Okay, he's currently on that role at the moment. Let's listen to Idris very quickly. And all you have to do is just click on the link. It takes you to the YouTube page where you have all the amazing testimonials. Okay, so I'm going to share my audio so you can hear what Idris is saying. Okay, so let's listen to Idris. So sit back, relax, increase your volumes, and listen to Idris's experience with us at 10Analytics.
Hello everyone, my name is Idris. How I heard about 10Analytics was through a post on Instagram. So there was this ad. And I was interested in what I saw there. That made me decide to go through their website and see the curriculum they had. Going through the curriculum, I realized this was exactly what I was looking for, because I'm this kind of person. I very much love learning fundamentals when I'm diving into a new field. And this was exactly what 10Analytics is doing there. Starts from the fundamentals and build it up from there. That made me enroll into the program with them, and my learning experience throughout the program was very productive, because I gained a lot of concepts which I'm applying in my current role at the moment. Since finishing the program at 10Analytics, I've been able to secure a data engineering role at Jaguar Land Rover, and recently I just secured a new role as a senior analytics engineer. So my advice for anyone is, if you're having any doubts, or if you think you need to delve into this field, I advise you to just go through the website, check on the courses there and see what you're interested in and start from there. Thank you.
Okay, so that is Idris, and there's so many others. You have Michael, you have Shade. All you have to do is just go to 10Analytics, go to YouTube, type in 10Analytics, and go to our testimonial videos, and you see all the amazing professionals. Let's also listen to this lady for the person who wants to hear from HR. Okay.
My experience with 10Analytics was amazing. I'd come to learn about the program through a friend who was doing a different course with them, and I'd raved about how amazing his course instructors were and how excited he was. And I decided to check out the website, and I found the HR analyst program, which piqued my interest, and I decided to go for it. During the duration of my program, I truly felt like I had great instructors who were truly knowledgeable, very supportive. They, did not mind explaining things over and over again and carried the entire classroom along, which I thought was really wonderful. I have developed new skill sets, in such a short amount of time, and I think this speaks to how amazing the instructors really were.
Okay, and there's so many, but I'm not going to bore you with too many testimonials. For those who also want to make payments, making payments is very straightforward. Like Femena showed us earlier, all you have to do is click on the link. It takes you to the payment page, and I'll just show you that very quickly. So the main stack, which is the 10Analytics enrollment page, click on that link and it takes you into the main stack payment enrollment page. And all you have to do is select a type of payment. You want to pay in dollars, you want to pay in Naira, you can make payments depending on your own preference. You can also, for those who might not want to pay with their cards, you can also make a direct payment to a Naira account, a pound account, and so on. And I'll just do that in 2 minutes to show you. All right. So what you want to do is, so you have a direct transfer option for those who want to make payment to the pound account directly. And for those who would be paying in dollars, in pounds, in Canadian dollars, in euros, depending on where you are, this is for the Scrum Master program. All you have to do, depending on if you want to pay for the full payment or first payment, you select any of these links. But let's look at somebody who wants to register for HR Analytics, for example. Now, because HR Analytics, Data Analytics, Business Analysis are the same amount, they are grouped into the same category. So you see it here. So I want to pay for HR Analytics, and I want to make the full payment for the program. So I go to full payment, I click on that, and it takes me to the payment page. Okay, and you'll be seeing that shortly to come up, and then you select, enter your details, your email, your name, your phone number, and then you get to make payments. All right. So this is where I can get to make payment, the full payment. Now, something interesting, because of the exchange rates, it's meant to be 500 pounds. All right. But the dollar-pound equivalent, you have an additional £2 discount. So this is more like an advantage for those who would also want to pay to join the program. All right. So instead of paying 500, you have a £2 extra discount to pay $4.98. If I want to make payment for the full payment, all I have to do is click on reserve a seat. It takes me to where I enter my email, enter my full name, my phone number. So let's just select this, for example, enter my name. Okay, enter a phone number. Let me just put any number. Okay, go to proceed, and then I can then enter my card details. Okay, enter my card details, my card number, expiration date, and so on, and then I get to make payments. If I also want to pay a particular amount, because take, for example, I don't have the entire £500 to pay today, but I want to join the program. Can I still do that? Yes, there is a minimum you can pay. So I can pay a first part payment by clicking on this link that takes me to the part payments. And you have a minimum amount you can pay to secure the discount today. And then you make the additional first payments on or before the class starts on the 6th of January. Okay, so the minimum payment is £207. All right. So let's take, for example, I don't have the full payment. I want to pay the part payments and I want to make a payment today, lock in my discount and make the next one maybe next week. Okay, so all I do is I have £250, for example. I type in 250 and I click on reserve a seat and I can go ahead, enter my details and secure the discounted slots. We've held sessions over the last couple of weeks, and we give the discounts, keep it open for people. What happens typically is 2-3 days, all the discounted slots are gone. All right. And we're going to close registration for this January cohorts on Wednesday, the 5th of January, if I'm correct with the dates. I'll just check very quickly. Wednesday, the 3rd of January, registration closes. All right. So once we get the first 20 people for each program, registration closes. Or if we don't get the first 20 people by Wednesday, 3rd of January, registration closes completely for the January cohort. So if this is something you want to get into, data analytics, business analysis, data science, data engineering, this is the best time for you to get started. Okay. Make that investment, hit 2024, start it on a very good note on January 6th, 2024. Can the discount payment be paid on the 1st of January? So like I said, yes, it can, as long as we haven't met the first 20. Okay, registration closes completely on 3rd of January on Wednesday. So if by 1st, if you're lucky enough, iPhone, I'm not sure, I don't have your name. If you're lucky enough and the discount is still available, then yes, you can. All right, what about evidence of video, securing job opportunities, especially from Nigeria? There are so many people, and I'll show you somebody. This is Peter. Peter is asking the question, how about those in Nigeria? I'm going to quickly show you. We can't possibly show you every single person that has gotten a job. If not, that's the only thing we'll do for the entire day. But I'll just show you 2 people very quickly. Victor worked from Nigeria, getting a job in the US and working remotely. All right. Victor was able to do this successfully. He worked with an organization in the US, working remotely from Nigeria. I would also show you somebody from the financial analytics program. All right. His name is Solomon. Solomon had an engineering background. All right. He joined our financial analytics program and he got a job as a financial analyst with Kegos Group in Nigeria. And there's so many of them across the globe, not just in Nigeria. So it all depends on your own objective. What exactly do you want to achieve? Remote work, get a job in Nigeria, get a job in the US, in the UK, in Canada, across Europe. Where exactly? We have Benga, who got a job in Poland. We have Nathaniel, who got a job in Spain, working with one of the largest private pharmaceutical research firms. Nathaniel worked as a data scientist with Boehringer in Spain. So there's so many people across different regions, and we can't possibly put everybody on the slide. You can also go to YouTube, get to listen to other people's stories, and you get to see that as well. What's Tenalytics refund policy? Our refund policy is very simple. As long as the program has not started, you get 100% refund if you don't want to start the program. All right. But once you have started class, you get a refund of about, I think, 80% or thereabout. I can't remember the amount at the top of my head. So the longer you take into the program, the more you get, the lesser the percentage of the refund you get back. Okay. But when you are registering, and I'll show you that, the refund policy is there for you to read. Thank you for bringing that question up. I'll just quickly show you that as well. When you've made payments and you are registering, so you've made payment, for example, you get an automated receipt to your email. Okay. When you get that receipt to your email, you come back here, the same place where you clicked on the link to make payments, the enrollment page. You come back here and then you select upload your receipts. So even if you've done a direct transfer to either the pound account or the Naira account, take a screenshot, upload your receipts. If you click on this particular link, it takes you to the form. Okay, you enter your email, So I'll just enter my email very quickly. Let me do it on my other, I'll just do it on the other browser so that it's faster. Just give me 1 second and I'll show you how you get to read all the terms and conditions for the refund policy, the classes, and so on and so forth, okay? All right, just give it a second to come up. And then we're going to take questions before we call it a day. So once you click on upload your receipts, it brings you here, enter your email, select the type of payment, click on next, okay? Please note that you'd receive your welcome kit on or before 31st of January, click on next. Terms and conditions, okay? Can you see that? Terms and conditions. So you click on that, you read the terms and conditions, you have all the refund policies and so on, okay? How to switch. If you want to switch from a particular class to another class, even after your class has started, you have the policy for that as well. So all you have to do is take out your time and read, okay? Refund policy for 10 Analytics. Cancellations can be made more than 7 days prior. Cancellations between 3 to 7 days after the program has started, you get a 50% refund, okay? If you've taken a week, the program has started, you've learned, you've gotten the materials, you've attended classes, but you then want a refund, you get a 50% refund. Okay, if we cancel, we give you a full refund for the program. And so take your time, read all of that. Once you have read the terms and conditions, you then select, I have read the terms and conditions, click on next, and then you can move on with the registration. Okay, so I hope I answered that question. I was in contact with someone in 10 Analytics IG who told me I could pay 300. Yeah, that must have been a few months ago, not recent, because of course the fees changed recently. All right, the fees changed in December. And part of the reasons why the fees changed are some of the things that Femena had highlighted to you already in terms of the value proposition, the new additions to the business analysis, moving the internship from 1 month to 2 months, where you get to build a web application, all right? You also have the Body Mentorship Hub, where you have individualized program-specific mentorship, where you have somebody who has done the things you want to do, either in data analytics, in data science. They come to you and they help you during your career journey, okay? You have an enhanced mentorship internship session whereby you get to work with collaboration with other people across different programs as well. And last but not the least, a guaranteed interview at least 1 month after you complete the program. So these new additions also led to a slight increase, okay? Okay, in fact, I had to send you a DM to your personal. Yeah, I'm not likely going to see the message to my IG, Jonathan. All right, I'm going to drop my email so you can just send an email to me, okay? I'm doing that right away. Okay, so Jonathan, I just sent my email. You can go ahead and do that, all right? So guys, if you have questions, use the raised hand icon. I'll be very happy to answer your questions before we call it a day. All right, you have questions, just raise your hand. I'll be happy to call you up to answer or to ask your questions. And we are here to answer all the questions that you have. I mean, Oyedikachi has had his hand up right from the beginning. Oyedikachi, if you still have a question, please feel free to unmute yourself and ask your questions.
Good evening, sir.
Hi, Oyedikachi.
Okay, thanks for giving me a platform once more.
It's a pleasure.
Okay,
Go ahead, please.
Okay, my question is this. I think one of the speakers, either yourself or your colleague, mentioned that he did economics.
Yes.
Okay.
If
Now, my interest is how much of, okay, because I also did economics, how much of statistics and econometrics would one need in data sciences Is it just there's a beginner level statistics? There's inference. I don't know if you understand what I mean. Inferential statistics, and just to what degree? I just want to know.
Okay, all right. So now, as a data scientist, if you are registering for the data science program, the first thing you start with is statistics. Okay, you're going to start with statistics, understanding the basic concepts around statistics, from measure of central tendency to measure of asymmetry, learning different techniques to forecasting, and so on and so forth. Okay, now that's where you start from. Okay, and because you are a beginner, you're not going to move from the basic statistics to the complex machine learning algorithms, lasso regression, multiple linear regression, and so on and so forth. You're not going to start and just dive into that. You take it one step at a time. Now, once you've learned the fundamentals and the basics, you can do your summary statistics in Excel, and you can understand what the different statistics are. If you're doing a linear regression, for example, you know what the Pearson coefficient is, you know what the coefficient of correlation is, you know what the slope is, and so on and so forth. You know all of those things. You then move into machine learning. So machine learning is where you do the more complex type of statistics, where you are implementing more advanced algorithms. Okay, so it's not really, I won't say it's about econometrics, or it has anything to do with econometrics. Economics is a total different ball game entirely, and possibly not related to data science itself. Okay, so you can't run away from statistics as a data scientist, but the thing is, you start from the basics, like I said, and you work your way up to the more advanced concepts. Okay, you also have to learn, when it comes to forecasting, you'd have to learn the different techniques in forecasting, from the moving average techniques to naive approach to forecasting to exponential smoothing, and so on and so forth. Okay, for all these different forecasting techniques that you learn, they are all hinged around statistics itself. And that's why that's the very first thing you start with. And then you build your way from there, applying those concepts you've learned into predictive analytics and forecasting. You move into Tableau. You have a little bit of forecasting as well in Tableau for data analytics and forecasting, before you move to Python. All right, and you move to machine learning. Okay, I don't know if that helps, but statistics is the basis. That's the where the lever that drives and guides machine learning itself. Okay, Oyedikachi, I don't know if that helps to address your question. I think you're muted again. I think I remember you now from a previous masterclass. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. You did justice to my question, and you allayed every worry. Thank you very much. I'm most grateful.
Perfect. You're welcome. If you want to add something.
No, I just wanted to say that we did sent a message to the chat saying that it dropped a response.
Okay, all right. So let's take the next question from iPhone. iPhone, I think that's Jonathan, if I'm correct. But go ahead. It's your question. I've asked you to unmute yourself. Okay. Let me see. I'll take the next person, Ibrahim. Ibrahim, I've asked you to unmute yourself. Go ahead with your question, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. And my question is just that I'm trying to, I'm just trying to get into data. I'm into IT, but at the same time, I don't want something too technical. You understand? I know, like, from what you said so far, all you need is the interest and all of that. But at the same time, I want to work with the lowest, like what I need lowest concentration from. So I want to compare business analysis and data analysis. Like, which is less technical? I like data analysis, and I think that, like, the world is moving towards a lot of data and all of that. But at the same time, I don't want to, like, do something too difficult compared to, like, when I'm comparing, like, business analysis or data analysis. My when I was coming to this Zoom meeting, I had intentions of doing like cyber security, but for some reasons I think price too, and then so I just have to like narrow it down to um maybe data analysis or business analysis. Can you hear me?
You're loud and clear. I can hear you.
Yeah. So now I'm trying to compare business analysis and data analysis, which is less technical. You know what I mean? Like, not too technical. That's my first question. And then my next
Okay.
question is, sorry, and my next question is that is it Efe, the other guy?
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, is it gonna be one of the tutors? And what course is it going to be taking?
Okay. All right. Let's start with the first question. All
Yeah,
right.
thank you.
Now, I always, and I'll tell you this for a fact, that there is no easy career path. None. It doesn't exist anywhere. And any career path you want to take and you want to extract value. So when you heard Sherifat speak, you heard Kende speak, you heard me speak, you heard Femena speak, I'll tell you for a fact that it's no joke. You're not just going to breeze in and breeze out, all right? So even when you say non-technical, maybe you want to define what non-technical means, because even as a business analyst, you have technical concepts you're going to learn. You'd learn how to optimize processes. Okay, FMNA walked us through that. You leverage a tool. You're going to learn how to use a tool like Draw.io, Lucid Chart, and other diagramming tools to help you map out processes and optimize those processes. Okay, so when it comes to, when you say technical, maybe you want to qualify what you mean by technical. Do you mean, do I have to code? Do you mean, do I have to do any statistics? So what exactly do you mean by technical? Because all the programs have its own technical component.
I know that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
I know, that's what I'm saying. Like, every everyone has their own, every program has its own technical aspect of it. But you can still, from your own experience, you can still compare, like, okay, like, this is a little bit, this is not as technical as this. Like, I think HR analytics doesn't look as technical as financial analytics. Like, from what Ife said, something like that. I can't just like compare business analysis and data analysis. I know they're all technical. I know you have to, but because it's not an easy ride, I still want to pick the, like, not like, I don't want to say like the easiest one. Do you understand? Because I know it's not going to be difficult, but I don't want to go for the most difficult. Because that's what I mean.
So,
Like, I know they're
so
all
what's
technical.
difficult? What would you classify as difficult, Ibrahim?
Yeah, right now I wouldn't know because I haven't like gotten into it. So I don't know which one is going to be like, oh, I think this is more technical or not. That's what I'm asking from someone that has experience, that okay, data analysis is a little, it's not as technical. They are all technical. We know that. But that there's still, from your own experience, this is just like, because you are here now. If it wasn't there, I would just have just picked one, and then whatever I face on it, I will face it. So, but I'm just trying to know, like, okay, which one is just maybe someone that is more of the administrative, or not as much as technical as the other. I don't know if I'm making sense.
Okay, all right. Now this is the way I'll answer this. Okay, so Ibrahim, we might need to have more in-depth conversation around it. I would like to know
All
your
right.
background. I would like to
Okay.
know your past experience and so on and so forth.
All
But
right.
again, like I said earlier, okay, all the programs are beginner friendly. It doesn't matter
Okay.
the program you decide to join. Data engineering, cybersecurity, data science, they're all beginner friendly. You start from the very basic foundation. Okay, if you go for the data science program, for example, you are starting from the most basic foundation of statistics. If you go for data analytics, you are starting from problem solving, where you are defining a problem. You're asking questions five times. Why 5 times? To get to the root cause of a problem. Okay, so what I want you to do is this, right? First of all, you need a mindset whereby it's not going to come easy, where I want the easiest, I want the one that's not going to give me a problem, I want the one that's not going to be challenging. They're all going to be challenging. You're always going to work on that project that will stretch you. And that's why organizations want to pay top money for professionals who'll be taking any of these roles. All right. If you look at HR, you look at finance. To somebody who doesn't mind accounting, doesn't mind financial concepts, that'll be very easy to the person. Okay. Now, for somebody who is who wants to learn HR, wants to know about people, HR would be easy to that person. And perhaps the person doesn't want accounting. So accounting would seem difficult. So it's all the individual dynamics. Okay, what is difficult to you? What interests you? What do you want to learn? What do you find interesting? Okay, so if we take it from that perspective or from that angle, I think it will be easier to select a program for you. We're going to have a clarity session, all right, on Tuesday. And during the clarity session, which is, we don't have as many people as we have on the call at the moment, I would like to engage you one-on-one so that I can ask more questions and we can get to the roots of where your challenge or your challenges might be coming from. However, what I'll advise you to do is, if you wait until Tuesday before you register, I can guarantee you that the discount will be gone by Tuesday. That's 100% guarantee that the discount will be gone. All right. So what you can do, Ibrahim, is you can select any of the programs that you find interesting: data analytics, business analysis, register for it, make your payments, secure the discount. And on Tuesday, we're going to sit down, we're going to talk, and we're going to agree on how and which program you should register for. And then you then make the switch at that point in time. So you don't lose out on the discount. That's just simply what I'm saying. Okay. All right. And when you are uploading your receipts, the form I showed you that you're going to fill, that's where you get to select, I need to speak with a professional. So when you're filling this form, you've read the terms and conditions, you click on next, you enter all the details, your email, your gender, you click on next, you do all these things. When you make payments, you upload your screenshots, your mode of payments. As long as you keep on clicking on next, you'll see where you'll be asked, which program did you register for? Okay. So here, for somebody like you, Ibrahim, you don't have a particular program because you're still confused, right? Select, I need to speak with a professional, right? And then we'll invite you to that one-on-one session. And then we can sit down, we have time, and we dissect your experience, your background, and then we tell you what to pick at the end of the day. We suggest to you to, to pick. But again, I'll say this one more time. For all the programs, you would need the same level of dedication, the same level of commitment to excel. All right. But I think I understand where you're coming from. So let's have that one-on-one together. Okay.
All right. Thank you so much. One more thing, please. The link. Can you just? I think everybody wants the link because I don't know how to get to this form. I'm on the WhatsApp group, but I don't know if it's going to be posted on the WhatsApp group so we can.
Oh yeah, that'll be posted. It's also, my colleagues are posting it in the chats. And then you also have it, on the slides. So once you receive the slides, get that in your emails, you'll get that in your WhatsApp groups, and that'll be made available to everybody. So you asked if FMNA would also be one of the facilitators. Now, when FMNA was explaining, he talked about the blended approach of learning at Analytics. And I'll show you that very quickly. The way you learn at Analytics is a mixture of both live classes and watch me do it videos. The watch me do it videos are your bite-sized, sorry, I clicked on the wrong thing. The watch me do it videos are your bite-sized videos where you get to watch concepts that you don't need a trainer in class to put you through. So you watch those videos at your own convenience on a Sunday, all right? And then the following Saturday, you come to class and you work on a project. So you see those videos, and I'll take you to the data science, for example. If I click on the data science, and I'll just walk you through the platform. So for anybody who has made payments, who has joined, you're going to join a platform like this where you have all your materials for the program. So this is the full stack data science program for the November 2023 cohort, those that started their journey last month. Okay, so this is their classroom. And Ibrahim, I hope you're still with me. I just want to show you something very quickly. Okay, so the beauty of this platform is every single class, every single live class is also recorded, so you don't miss out on anything. Okay, so if you miss a class on a Saturday, for example, it's recorded. All you have to do is come to your classroom, you have access to it. So you have the introductory session where we walk you through what the program is all about, introduction to data science, why data scientists are important, the role a data scientist plays, and so on and so forth. You have the slides, and then you also have the class recording. All you have to do is come here, click on the link, you have access to the recording. Where do you get to interact with Femena? So your Watch Me Do It videos, which you get to watch every Sunday, bite-sized videos, learning concepts. If you click on Introduction to Data Science, so can you see Femena's face? Femena would be your facilitator, teaching you different aspects, types of analytics, the data analyst versus the data scientist, the learning structure, and your roadmap, and so on and so forth. So these are just basic concepts. And then I'll take you to where Femena would also teach you things around statistics, for example. Let's look at that very quickly. And also in building your dashboard. Okay. Just give me 1 second. Let me bring that up. Okay, so let's go to introduction to, let me see. Okay, so for videos like this, your Watch Me Do It, where you have introduction to data, the trim function, the clean function, introduction to Excel, overview of Excel, and all of that. You have Femena in these videos. Okay, so let's click on one of them to see. And that's where you have, and also in your weekly mentorship, where you have your mentorship sessions. So you can see this particular video, Excel for Data Analytics, Femena. And if you click on that, you'd see Femena walking you through different concepts in Excel and so on and so forth, data cleaning, statistics in Excel, forecasting in Excel, and so on and so forth. All right. And during your weekly mentorship, every single week, you're also going to see Femena interacting with you. You have questions, you want to ask Femena questions. That's Femena right at the top right corner, explaining different things to you in Excel. Okay. So for those who have Excel to learn during that program, you'd see Femena teaching you Excel. You'd see Femena teaching you Python, exploratory data analysis, Power BI, and so on. You'd also see me as well in your Power BI classes. You'd see me in some of your Excel classes. You'd see me during your mentorship sessions as well. And I'll just quickly show you some of the mentorship sessions we've held over the last couple of weeks. So mentorship session, for this particular one, it was on how to apply to a job, even if you don't meet all the criteria. Okay, so these are the things we show you how to do, because a lot of people would see job opportunities and then they skip it because they feel that I need to wait until I meet all the criteria to apply to a job. Okay, so this particular session was taken by me. I facilitated the session. So you get to see me in these classes. And this is simply mentoring. The theme for this mentorship is getting jobs. Okay, and I'll show you the recording. So let's assume for somebody like Ibrahim, you missed this particular mentorship. All you have to do is come here, click on the recording, and you have access. So every single thing, all the questions asked, you also get to experience it because you have access to the recording. So you can see me over there. Okay, so you'd see me every week, myself. You see Femena would walk you through all these different concepts, your mentorship, how to apply to jobs, Don't wait until you meet all the criteria. How do you tailor your jobs to previous experiences and so on? Okay, so that's me over there. You can see I was taking them through this
The candidate got the job. And absolutely. Do you think the candidate got the job? Yes, he got the job. Candidate deserves to get the job.
Okay, so this is a full practical session, all right? Practical, not it's not a lecture. Okay, so we walk you through the different sections, why a particular scenario would work for you, why another scenario would not work, and how you can actually position yourself eventually. Okay, so yeah. So how did I close the gap, and how can you do the same? So once you have a gap in your employment, how do you close the gap? How do you show recruiters that you were not just idle? Because recruiters don't want to see that you were idle. In the tech ecosystem, the tech world moves very fast. It's very dynamic. Things changes. So the moment you appear that you've been idle, it becomes a challenge. Okay, so you have all these things, show you how to close the gaps, show you how to position yourself, so that when you apply to that job, you get the best possible outcome from it. Okay, so those are the type of sessions you're going to join during the mentorship session. I hope I answered your question, Ibrahim, on that. So let's see if we have more questions. Do we have any student pack? Yes. So for those that said they've made payments but have not received their welcome kits, everybody will receive their welcome kits on or before the 31st. Okay, so in about 2 days' time, everybody gets their welcome kits. So you get it at least a week before the program starts. So you can click on all the links, get access to all the tools you would need. So for the data science, for example, you'd also see access to the Google Classroom, which contains everything that you need. Okay, so this is for data science. If I go to other classes, you'd see what it also entails. And for anybody who has an interview, you want to schedule an interview. If you look at the very top of your classroom, you'd see the link that says interview preparation and scheduling. All right, CV templates and job websites, how to upload your project into GitHub. So if I click on interview preparation, for example, I can select and schedule my interview using any of these two links. Okay, if I click on this, it takes me to a Calendly. So I don't even need to interact with anybody. All I need to do is go there, click on the link, and then it's asking me to log in because I have an account. Okay, so you click on the link. Let's see the other one. Okay, so if I use this on a different browser, because I have an account as well, so it's seeing me as somebody with an account, so I can't schedule. Okay, so you schedule your Calendly, and then once you schedule your Calendly, you have access. Oh, sorry, you have access to get your interview preparation on the go. Somebody will join you during the session and then walk you through every single thing that you need to get prepared for that interview. Okay, now for your jobs, how to apply to jobs, the templates for your CVs, you have everything here. The websites, the CV template for a data scientist. So this would now form the background, the framework that you leverage in modifying your CV, because you're never going to use the same CV when applying. You're always going to tailor your CV to every job application, but you need a template that you're going to use. Okay, I'm not going to open it because you definitely need to have made payment to have access to this particular template. So you have all these very important, materials that are available to you. You have access to download your class recordings anytime that you want. Are there catch-up classes? Absolutely. Iretomiwa, sorry. That's a tongue twister. So Iretomiwa, what happens is, let's assume you join a class during the weekend and then you don't get one or two things taught in class, or you miss the class. We have something we call the drop-in sessions. The drop-in sessions happen during the week in the evenings, where you would have gotten back from work, you would have gotten back from school if you are doing your master's, and you join the drop-in session. So the drop-in sessions helps you to address the areas you have one or two issues. So you've missed the class, you've watched the recording, but you still need extra help. So you see, this is week 5 drop-in session. You have drop-in session for dashboard project. Okay, if you scroll down, you'll see the drop-in sessions coming every single week. Week 3 drop-in session. If you go down, you'll see week 2 drop-in session. So for every single week, you'll have a drop-in session to help to address the challenges you must have faced in class. So it's a multi-layered support system that you have. Okay, all right. You're welcome, Iretamiwa. Okay. I think I've pretty much answered all the questions that we have. Okay, I think I've answered that already. Put the link for payments. I think my colleague has sent that already. Okay, so I think I've pretty much answered all the questions. Okay, can I also have a 10 to 20 minutes one-on-one? Absolutely. So Nii, as long as you have received an email, you received a message from us, you're in a WhatsApp group, you'd have access to the one-on-one. I have one last question from Samsung SMG. Samsung SMG, about to unmute yourself, and I think that's the last question we'll take for today. Go ahead, please.
Thank you for having me. My name is Precious.
Precious.
Yep. I've been watching what you guys do on Instagram, and it's quite an amazing job. But my question today is regarding the business analysis. If you can give us a bit of kind of an overview of that. And secondly, another question is regarding how long does do we have access to the facility for those that we enroll to your your offerings online? Is it that just for that 4 months that we enroll, or will it be for like 1 year, or will it be lifetime?
Okay.
Thank you.
Brilliant question. Thanks for that. So this is the business analysis program. Okay. Maybe you want to take a screenshot of what's the different learning areas. So without going into too much details, because Femena did a very fantastic job explaining, as a business analyst, your role is to ensure that the processes within the organizations are optimized. You are the middleman between the business and the technology team for every single application that needs to be deployed to ensure that the processes are more efficient. You would work with the business, gather all the requirements, ensure that everything needed to build that system, to build that application that would make the business better, make the process run a lot faster and more efficiently, is properly documented and communicated to the technology team. Okay, so that's pretty much the summary of what you'll be doing as a business analyst. You learn Excel, Power BI, SQL, process mapping, project initiation, Agile and Scrum. So for the business analyst, you have the role of, you have a data analytics component, all right? And that's the Excel, Power BI, SQL. You have a project management component, which is your project initiation, planning, Agile and Scrum. And then you have your core business analysis component, which is your requirements fundamentals, elicitation, stakeholder analysis, ChatGPT for business analysis, process mapping, and so on and so forth. Okay, now, how long do you have access to the materials? It's lifetime access. Okay, you have access to download all your class recordings. You attend a class on Saturday, you can download your recordings. A class on Sunday, you can download your recordings. Okay, but with regards to other aspects of the program, like other aspects of you joining and being a part of Tenalytics, like on-the-job support. On-the-job support is not lifetime. Okay, so what we do is when you get a job and you need support on the job, we provide 1 month support for you on the job. We work with you and ensure that you have a soft landing. If there's any projects that you really can't get done, you are struggling to understand, we're not going to do the work for you, of course, but we sit down with you, we break it down, and we show you what exactly to do. But for your materials, your class recordings, and all of those other things, you have lifetime access to them, and you can even download them and keep in your computers, and that's yours, really, at the end of the day. Okay, you have access to the slides, you have access to your class recordings, you have access to the projects and everything, that your data sets and so on and so forth. Okay. I hope I answered the question, Precious. We've also had people who joined us in, they completed their training with us last year, May 2022, but they came back to us in 2023 to say that I have an interview at DESA. Can you help me out? I'm a Tenalytics alumnus. I need help. And we always, show up for people like that, because we always want you to succeed, so that we can put you as one of our bragging rights on our slides and say that Precious joined us, Precious got a job, we worked with Precious, we worked with you during your interviews, and so on and so forth. So we always pull up and ensure that we get you sorted out at the end of the day. Okay. What's your question, Holly? Holly says I haven't answered. Okay, when you say a guaranteed interview, please, what do you mean by that? It's exactly what it means. It means that you complete the program. 1 month after you complete the program, you want to get a job as a data analyst. We're going to show you every single thing that you need to do and guarantee that you're going to get an interview. Because people always think that it's impossible for me to do it. But we have cracked the code on how to get recruiters to notice you and call you up for interviews. And why it's so important to get interviews is simply because once you have an interview, that's 50% one leg in the room. Okay, the next thing is, how do you convince that potential recruiter? How do you sell yourself so that you get hired? So most of the time, having an interview is 50% to getting the job. And if you don't eventually get the job, it's a learning process. It's a learning experience at the end of the day. So that's what we mean by, guaranteed interview. You're going to get an interview. That's without a doubt. Okay, because the work we'll do with you, with your CV, with your LinkedIn, recruiters will be the ones calling you up to have conversations and to also get you to have interviews, to get in a job with them. And we work with you to prepare you for those interviews as well. I hope that helps to clarify, Holly. And of course, we have our partners. We've partnered with recruiters. We've partnered with the largest recruiters, from Korn Ferry to Robert Half in Canada. And what we are doing is, we have a pool of talents in Tenalytics. And if they want to recruit, because they always reach out to us individually, they reach out to me, they reach out to Efemena, we need a data engineer. Do you have anybody you can recommend? And we recommend our Tenalytics participants. But this time around, we are doing it on a larger scale, whereby they take from the pool of our talents and they recommend those talents to their clients, who are the companies that would eventually hire you. Okay. All right. So I don't know if you want to add anything at this point. I think it's time we start to call it a day. It's a day fast spent. I don't know if you have 1 or 2 things to say, and then we call it a day.
Yeah, I think I think to a very large extent we've gone through, a very detailed talk through on what we hope to achieve, with the curriculum, and also what you stand to achieve or start to gain once you go through the training program. So what I would say is, please, next year you're looking to getting started in the tech space. We are looking to do more, and we're looking to working with you personally to help you achieve your desire of transitioning into the tech space. So if you want to be part of the people to start the year on a good note, on a fresh note, getting started in the tech space, this is the program designed for you to achieve this. I would say, if you have any further question, Nadeza has rightly said, please secure your position first, then you can ask questions. You can always get a refund if we don't get what you're looking for, okay, before the program starts. Okay, so but one key thing is, a lot of people miss out on this discount, and that's the reason why we need you to secure your position now. All right. So secure position now, get started. And if you have further questions, we're going to be having the clarity session next week, Tuesday. Okay, so you can ask as much questions as you can. Okay, but one key thing is secure your position now. Okay, thank you very much. I think that's just it from my end, and I'll be looking forward to working with every one of you, looking to get it started in the tech space next year. Okay, 100%. Thank you very much, guys.
All right, thanks, Efe. One last thing, guys. Follow us across all our platforms, okay? On Instagram, on LinkedIn, on Twitter, that's X, on Facebook, and see the amazing work we've been doing. Go on YouTube, watch all the videos, listen to people's success stories, what they've been able to achieve, and I'm sure you'll learn one or two things from there as well. All right, I wish you a happy new year, and I'd love to see you join the program on the 6th of January. All right, let's get 2024 started on a very good note. Have an amazing year. All right, cheers, everyone. Thanks for joining us,
Cheers,
and we
everyone.
look forward to an amazing 2024. Cheers, guys.
Bye, everyone. Thank you.